Okay, we're ready to go ahead with the executive session today, so we need to have all our committee members back. Okay, so those on the committee are aware of what we have coming up in front of us here for the next week and a half, and for the public as well. This committee had 107 bills this year, not including Senate bills. That's more than any committee ever had in the history of this House. And we have completed all 107 hearings. Of those 107, we have 34 bills we have not yet execed. And some of us are just getting fatigued on all this. All of us, all of us are. But I want to let you know what's coming up in the next week and a half here, so you can put it down in your calendar, because it's not in the blue calendar yet, but it is. It was designed last night around 11 o'clock. On the 11th of March, that's a Monday. We have the exec session today, this being Wednesday. Thursday, we're in full session. Friday, we're not here. I have to be at a trustee meeting at Keene State College that day. So on Monday, the 11th, we're starting out with a hearing on HB 1015. That's a non-germane amendment which we're going to be hearing. That hearing I have down for about an hour. Following that, at 10 o'clock through noontime, we have 6 bills dealing with cooperative school districts, or with merging of SAUs, or with how we elect people to the boards of these particular organizations. We're going to have a work session on these bills. A number of folks right here have not been involved with that in the past, and will be amazed to see all the different agreements which we have for co-ops, and the very different agreements they all are, and how some co-ops don't even have agreements. And so there's a lot to this, and so we want to have everybody up to speed to some degree on where we're going with all this. In past years, the co-ops have really taken a lot of time and energy from this particular committee. In the afternoon, starting at 1 o'clock, we'll be execing 8 bills. So they will be 1015, 1087, 1287, 1418, 1450, 1453, 1458, and 1646. Those are bills which are not on the list for today.
What were the second and third ones?
Pardon me?
Second and third ones?
It started out with 1015, then 1087, then 1287. Now that executive session, if we don't get through all those in that afternoon, will continue to March 13th. And on March 13th, those which we carry forward, we will address, but we will also address those 6 bills which were listed as co-op bills or merging bills of the SAUs, and everything associated with the organization and structure of education in the state from a management perspective. So that would be on 3/13. That's Wednesday. I don't know yet whether we're going to have sessions on Thursday. That's still been undecided, session on Thursday. On the 13th, we'll start at 10 o'clock. And I would suspect that the caucuses we will have will be prior to that, so we won't have to take from the time of the schedule. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. You started on the 11th, and then you went to the 13th, so you're not going to do the 12th, is that
The
correct?
12th is voting day, and this place is closed down.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And then what we have, so that takes care of on the 13th, another 6 bills. So you add the 6 and the 8, there's 14 bills, at least 20 to do. And so on March 18th, we have all the bills, including anything which we don't have taken care of today, on the 13th. There's 20 bills there that are listed. You can, there are bills which are on the calendar for today and bills may overflow. So I'm not going to go through and list those. We'll be starting that off at 10 o'clock. And if we don't get done that day, we will continue that exec session to the 19th. And the 19th being Tuesday, we will have to wrap this up. By the 20th at noon, we have to have all the reports, the old-fashioned blurbs, whether you're for or against, to the clerk's office by noon on the 20th. And, or at least upstairs to the attorneys, which review them here, and then it comes back to myself, then it goes over to the clerk's office. So that's our schedule of where we are as far as upcoming work. So you can plan on working on those particular days. And we're going to take the tough bills up first on those days in the morning when we have more energy to deal with them. We'll take up those easy bills, which we have concurrence on in the afternoon. And that's what we're going to do today as well. We just had a meeting where we know the bills which we concur on, we know the bills which we don't. And so we're going to go ahead and start with the tough bills. Any questions from the committee on that? All right, so let's take the first bill up. What do we got here?
We have, there's people here to speak on, or to see this.
Okay, so we have up here. We know we're going with that, this. We know where we're. Well, let's just sort of work right down this list with those bills. We're going to hold on 1087 and not deal with that this morning or today.
Well, we were,
1084, yeah, you just dump, we also had a hold on 1084, we're waiting for amending language.
he's got the amendment on that.
Yeah, okay. 1087, we had a hold on that.
That was originally scheduled for yesterday afternoon.
Commission study to information on media literacy. So we're going to start off with the next one down the, that's one we agree on, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, yep, you think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're right down here. Or we
could start this one. Since
Oh.
that's-
well, let's start like with 1418. Use of EFAs to purchase school uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Representative Perrinel, I look to you for a motion. 1418.
Even not funny machine.
You got it?
I move ITL on House Bill 1418.
So we have a motion for ITL on 1418. This is the bill use of EFAs to purchase school uniforms made by Representative Pertinel and second by Representative Myler. Further discussion from making the motion.
Yes, thank you. This bill is, I'm moving ITL because school uniforms can be an integral part of an education and requirement for students to attend private schools. Therefore, they're a necessary part of their education, and I would consider removing this from the education freedom accounts to be inappropriate.
From the second, is there any discussion? Any further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on 1418?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Any objections to consent? Thank you. Moving on down. It was an easy one.
1458 for next year.
Yeah, let's take 1458, authorizing parents to remove children from the English language learner program. I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move interim study.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion made on 1458. This is authorizing parents to remove children from ELL program. The motion is interim study. The motion is made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Luno. Further discussion from the maker of the motion.
Just that I think there were issues raised on both sides of the bill during the hearing, and I have since talked to the prime sponsor, who is okay with interim study, and she would like to do more work on it.
Representative Luno?
I think that sums it up.
Is there any further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, when you're ready. The motion is interim study.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis, Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry. Yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
This one right here.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
That one right now. Thank you very much. Any objections to consent?
It was 19 to 1.
19-1.
19-1, yes. Okay, that's on consent. The next bill we're going to deal with is 1205. 1205.
Is this consent?
The first one. Okay. Yeah. And I'd like to recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Belcher seconds the motion. There's a motion that ought to pass on 1205. This is a bill relative to women's school sports, made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Belcher. Representative Cordelli, you're recognized for any discussion.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to move ought to pass on an amendment that I will be passing around, which is Amendment 0973H.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Okay, we have a motion on in front of us here. It's relative to an amendment which you all have in a second here as it comes around. That amendment is 0973H, dealing with women's sports. And the motion is OTP on the amendment. Representative Cordelli, as the maker of that, we're ready when you're ready.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, this bill has had a lot of work put into it by citizens as well as the prime sponsor, Representative Andrus. The amendment makes a number of changes in that I think one of the major ones is that it eliminates from the bill college athletics. It limits it to middle and high school students, and also eliminates grades K through 4. So I think that's one of the main differences in the bill. There are some just changes in definitions, but the amendment goes on to talk about provisions of birth certificates and issues related to that. as well as on the second page specifies possible causes of action for students who are impacted by non-adherence, basically, to the bill, and tries to clarify some things from the original bill. In addition to, as I mentioned, the birth certificate and issues related to the birth certificate, which I think are important in terms of defining the biological sex of the participant. I think that I'll leave it there. I think some other people are probably going to comment on this.
Okay, I made the second on that, and I may just, I'll address a little bit of it right now. While I was a school administrator, I had the responsibility for coordinating athletics in the Kenai Peninsula Borough School District. That's a school district the size of West Virginia that's in Alaska. And we had a huge population up there. And I had members of my own family who were running in track and field. And my daughter was a runner and went on a full ride scholarship to Texas A&M, ran for them. My other daughter came down, was a point guard of a college here on the East Coast. Subsequently, I have a granddaughter who participated and captained the University of Maine indoor and outdoor track teams and set pentathlon records for New England against all the colleges. I have a grandson that's very much involved in playing right now in the basketball league over in New York State, dealing with the Liberty League and doing quite well. And I believe that sports that we have and have known have been guided by Title IX. And that's providing the equity and the equality that we needed to elevate women in sports. I can remember when my wife was a young student before I knew her and played basketball over in Rumford, Maine. Girls were only allowed to take 3 dribbles and had to pass the ball off. Things have changed in athletics today. If you watched how the Carolina girls are playing basketball in South Carolina, it's amazing what we've seen as a total growth in terms of elevating the level of women's sports. However, I'm concerned that when we're putting a person that's changed their gender, and I'm not going to go with all the issues associated with that, but a male is stronger. There's no question about it. And I saw that occur when I had the granddaughter who was running for Maine Orono, running against an individual from Franklin Pierce, who was the national champion for Division II. And that individual won easily, hands over all the girls which were running. And it's so there is an issue out there. I would hate to see my grandson, who's another athlete, only in a different way, who is a center for a collegiate team. He's 7 foot tall. And could he be changing and participate in that sport as a girl? What would he do? He'd devastate what's going on in the court. So I think there is a lot of rationale, at least I've seen in my own family and as administrator, where I had to deal with issues like this in Alaska. This bill right here is one where we're not touching the collegiate at all. But what we are doing is we're addressing the high school and the middle schools and recognizing the intramural schools. It doesn't matter. Anybody should be able to play on those intramural times and have fun and enjoy it. But when you're getting to the areas, the middle and the high school, then it starts to break apart. And we've seen what's happened in Connecticut. We've seen what's happened with people losing their scholarship opportunities due to the fact that they've been beat out by a person that changed their gender while they were in high school. So I, for one, have a very difficult time seeing what's going on with this whole opportunity for young ladies in our athletics today. And I'm trying to get it back to where we've had it and where it provides opportunity which is fair and equitable for all the young women in this state. Thank you. Any other discussion from the committee? Representative Penderno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this bill is actually very personal to me. Over 10 years ago, my daughter came to me when there was a transgender athlete on her team and said, "Mom, this isn't fair. What can we do about it?" And my response to her was, "Would you like to make a federal case out of this?" Because I knew that was exactly where we were going. And now we're 10 years into this, and we are starting to see what happens to women when they are displaced by men on sports teams. We have seen injuries occur. We have been telling our women and girls to sit back and let men take their place. We all received in the mail a letter from somebody who is a well-respected high school cross-country coach. I have coached with this man, and he's concerned about women losing scholarships. And it's more than that. We've heard a representative say that, maybe a boy competing in the women's high jump isn't really a big deal because it's a sport that people don't watch anyway. Well, the girls that are competing in that high jump, that's the world to them. The person who sent this letter to me said, well, maybe women shouldn't, it only matters if they're losing scholarships. No, it matters if you are displaced on any team for any reason by somebody who is not competing fairly with you. I really understand the issues that are facing people who have conflicting gender identity. I can't even imagine what they're facing, but if we don't pass a bill like this, we are letting our women and our daughters down. And we might as well go back to 1919 before we had the right to vote.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. And I would say, as I have many times before, that I am a person who has taught physical education, who's competed in sports, who's coached women in sports, who was a person who benefited greatly during Title IX. Title IX, just like our chairman's wife, probably we're about the same age, went from a time when we didn't have opportunity, on Little League Baseball or to actually play basketball the way it was meant to be played. So I am a strong person for women in sports, but I'm also a strong person for non-discrimination. And this is really about discrimination. It's about discriminating against less than 1% of the kids that go to school. Less than 1%. So we're talking about not taking over a sport or taking over a group. We're talking about people who are trying to fit in, who are trying to be their authentic self. And it must be very difficult. And they have to go through bullying and a lot of other things, let alone adults telling them that they can't be part of a team. I wanted to address a couple of things before I get to the part that's really sent me right over the roof. The first part is scholarships. When you go for a scholarship for a college, it isn't based on one performance. It isn't based on your records or whatever, as much as it is on your work ethic and your native athletic ability and what the coaches at that college think that you're going to be able to provide. So nobody has been denied a scholarship because a transgender student beat them out. Injuries happen all the time in sports. They're part of being in sports. You take that risk. In fact, that's one of the kind of fun things about it is you test your body to the limits. You're trying to be as competitive as possible. And when you do that, sometimes injuries happen. There has been no injuries directly related to a trans person actually causing that injury outside of what it would normally be in an athletic event, okay? Then we go on to this high jump thing that's been circulated through, and it's actually my school, the school that I worked and coached at, Kearsarge. And I have to tell you how upset I am about this, that this poor person has been put in emails, put in letters that have been sent, even a whole pamphlet that was sent out. And it was all full of misinformation. Misinformation in the fact that, yes, this person did win the high jump at 5'2". There was also a girl from Somersworth who jumped and completed the 5'2" height as well, but came in second place because she had a miss at 5 foot. The record for women's high jump in the state of New Hampshire is 6 feet. Okay, not 5'2", which was intimated in that letter. The winner of the boys' high jump in that same meet was 6 feet. And in competition, you should know that in high jump, the bar is raised 2 inches at a time, not 1 inch. So that was another thing in the little pamphlet that went around to out this person that was just totally wrong. So I guess the last thing that I wanted to go to about this amendment that I think is just outrageous and totally discriminatory and is going to end up in a court of law, and that's school athletes' cause of action. And I know you just got this amendment, so you probably didn't have time to see this, but not only do we have, and we've had people in this come see us who have had puberty blockers who are transitioning, and they've had puberty blockers before puberty. And what this bill is doing is it's making it so that I would assume a parent could walk up to the coach and say, hey, I think that girl is a trans girl. Because we know as we see them here, they look just like girls because they've transitioned through hormone replacement. And then they have to go through all this rigmarole to try and prove that they're female. And then it, not only that, but it says that the people that bring it can actually have civil action initiated when 2 years of the harm occurred. Harm is a result of what? And damages what? Damages. Okay, are we talking about somebody that feels uncomfortable about a trans person being around them? Okay, and then they can get sued. It's just this, first of all, it's just cruel to pick on kids who are going through a gender crisis, who have done the hormones, and then put them through this and their parents through this. We've had them come and tell you some of the problems that they've been having. You know, yesterday we talked about the mask issue. Well, you know, you think it's tough? Transgender kids have it even tougher, and transgender parents have it tougher, the people that have those kids. And to single them just so it's a good campaign thing, and just because you're afraid of people because they're different, I think is no reason to make these kids pariahs. One of the reasons you're not using elementary students and you're not using college people is because NCAA is the governing body for collegiate sports. NHIA, the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association, is the association that's set in the state, and it's a national association of states, interscholastic athletic teams. They are the people who look at how competition is happening, make the determination, just like the Olympic teams do, about who can compete fairly, and also they adjust the rules for competition to make it as safe as possible. They also oversee the officiating of different sports. So what we're doing is we're doing what the Interscholastic Athletic Association, we're taking over their job. Okay, and they are people who are sports athletic people that have been trained in that. They're also people who are athletic trainers. They're also sports physicians. They're also people from college that are endocrinologists and involved in this. That's how they make their decision. We are a group of 20 people, and out of 20 people, we don't know the same information and have the same professional experience as these people that are on these regulatory boards. And the regulatory boards center around hormones. And I'm obviously going to vote against this bill. I guess that's probably, stating the obvious. But I just want to say that I'm ashamed to be a part of this bill, to even talk about this bill, to even see this amendment, because how cruel it is, how discriminatory it is, and how ignorant it is. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I have to, I guess, take offense to the statement that this is a good campaign thing and that's why it's being brought forward. I think Title IX, if I'm not mistaken, it dates back to 1972 or at least the early 1970s. Women fought for a long time to get equality in sports. I'm not going to being back around that time, but I know that there were very many issues and years of discussion about the fact of the and even recently in terms of professional soccer or the U.S. soccer team, that male athletes were getting paid way more than female athletes, more scholarships in college, etc. So getting equality for women in sports was not a campaign thing back then, and is not a campaign thing now. As I think Representative Peternell was getting at, this is, you might want to call it a women's rights issue. And 4 or 5 years ago, maybe you remember, Chairman Ladd, we had another bill like this in our committee, and that was about the time that there was a high school athletic track competition in Connecticut, and 3 transgender males took the first 3 spots in the state championships and knocked out the leading female runners in the state up to that point. And they were denied scholarships. They did not get the scholarships they would have if they had been competing against just fellow female athletes. So it certainly has impacted, and there certainly has been injuries. Not long ago, there was I think it was field hockey. A young lady had her teeth knocked out when transgender male from the other team threw the soccer ball at her and knocked her teeth out.
There's no soccer ball in field hockey.
Well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Right. I think I realized that. I think I misspoke. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I think I have the floor, don't
Representative Tanner,
I?
if you want to rebut it later after the person has the floor.
It's not, keep your comments until you have the floor, please. So, yes, I misspoke, and this was a soccer game. So there have been injuries. We've seen it in high school wrestling, collegiate wrestling, with transgenders wrestling against females. So to say that there have been no denial of scholarships, no injuries, I think is a gross exaggeration. And I really, as the maker of this amendment, I find it offensive to say that I'm doing this as a campaign thing.
Further testimony, Representative Terry?
Thank you. In addition to my having difficulty accepting this modern notion, a dystopian notion, if I might say, that there's really no difference between biological males and biological females, particularly when it comes to the matter of contact competitive sports at the middle school and the high school level. I also believe that facts matter. And we've had the assertion made in this debate, this discussion on this bill, that there have been no injuries sustained as a result of a transgendered person competing in women's sports. That is factually incorrect. In the faraway place of Massachusetts, a high school girls basketball team was forced to forfeit its game after a transgender player on the opposing team injured 3 players. The game was between the Collegiate Charter School of Lowell Girls against KIPP Massachusetts. 3 female players were injured by a transgendered male, biological male on the other team, and this forced on the grounds of safety. And this is really what we're talking about here. Safety for women. Safety for women. On the grounds of safety for women, the coach forfeited the game to the other team. So it is factually incorrect to assert that there have been no injuries sustained as a result of transgendered players being allowed to play competitively in intramural sports in this country. And that is only one of many instances where this has occurred. So to make the statement that there have been no injuries is factually and egregiously incorrect, and it is offensive. Thank you.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I would like to read these remarks from a New Hampshire resident. I'm writing to you hoping that I can count on you to put up a strong fight against HB 1205. I'm not actually a resident of the area you represent. I live in Newport. Voicing my opinion to my actual state senator or representatives would be a total waste of time. I am the proud but increasingly fearful father of a transgender girl. HB 1205 would take away her opportunity to play school sports. My daughter, like most transgender athletes, doesn't stand out during games. She is average at best, but loves the team aspect of the one sport she plays. She wants to be able to do what her friends do. She wants to enjoy being part of a team. She has been accepted by the majority of her team, and it's heartwarming to see parents from our town that we know have voiced anti-trans sentiments cheer her on and yell her name. While the far right will try to make everyone believe that trans women are dominating sports, it's just not the case. Girls' school sports in New Hampshire are not being dominated or ruined by trans girls, and they are playing. I think trans girls should be allowed to play. At worst, I could live with each school district deciding for themselves. If your Republican colleagues actually believed in limited government, they would leave it to the districts instead of passing a discriminatory state law. There is no truer expression of freedom than continuing to be yourself, in spite of all the people who continue to say you shouldn't exist and you have no rights. Vote down 1205. Thank you. And that's my stance.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Is it okay to ask questions about the amendment?
Sure. Yeah, we're in discussion right now.
Okay, thank you. First off, just to my colleague to the left, I know he wants to be factually correct. It wasn't intramural sports and interscholastic. There's a difference between high school intramurals. You said intramurals. It's only factually correct because that's what you said. In either case, my question regards section 2. I'm looking at line 12, if I may. So I just want to understand this, and either you, Mr. Chair, or the sponsor of the amendment. Do I interpret line 12, the private school piece, sir, to mean if I am a private academy playing against Kennett High School, that if I have a trans male or a trans female on my team, then my Kennett High School is not allowed to participate? Is that what that means? Because that's how I interpret it.
I believe that the intent here is that, again, we want to make it a fair playing field for female students in public schools. So this is a protection against the instance when a private school would be competing against that public school, and there is a transgender athlete in the private school who is a competitor in that game.
May I? Thank you. Well, just to respond, thank you. I understand the intent of what you just said, Representative Cordelli, but that doesn't negate what this says. It says if I'm in if a private school brings a transgender male or transgender female to Kennett High School to play in a, say, spring sport, does this mean Kennett High School can't play them?
It says that it must be expressly designated that one of these.
I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm asking what that
right.
means. I understand that.
I think it would be in the purview of Kennett High School to decline to play in that game. We've seen that around the country in other schools in other states.
I'm not saying they can't decline. It means they can't play.
I don't see where it says they cannot play.
Okay. May I follow, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you on the amendment. I understand item B. Should there be an item C? The females can't play on a male sport?
Yep, possibly.
But it's not here. It
Right,
says-
it doesn't say that, right. But I think that,
discriminatory.
I'm not sure if we've seen many of those instances. I don't think that there have been any in New Hampshire that I'm aware of.
Well, I'm not, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, may I?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I say that in terms, I'm thinking particularly of the sport of softball and baseball particularly, and football, where we've seen females this year playing punter and kicker and quarterback on an all boy, typically all young men, boys football team. So this I just understand. It seems to me it is discriminatory to that extent that it's discriminatory. So that was my only two questions, because as I read 12, it means private schools that come, we can't play against them if we can. And C is missing, that it's not fair for, once it's fair for women, not fair for men. It sort of seems discriminatory to me, because there's no C there. Thank you.
Are there further questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but just a
Yep. Discussion.
anecdote, you might say, about this. You might not be able to tell by looking at me, but there was a time that I was very athletic and very competitive.
99?
A little after that, 2000s. I was so athletic and so competitive that in high school, I was removed from gym class, no longer allowed to participate in gym class, because I was judged to be an objective danger to the young women in that class. Now, it ticked me off a little bit at the time, but let me tell you that in hindsight, I am so glad they did that, because let me tell you, at 14, 15, 16 years old, I was not properly in control of myself, nor did I have the presence of mind to tone myself down when I was in those situations. And I would have had that on my conscience if I had badly hurt someone. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lekis?
First, I want to start with saying I am not afraid of people who are different from me, and I don't like the implication. I have friends who are trans. I grew up before Title IX. There were sports I wanted to play that I couldn't play because I was a girl. Those sports now exist. I've seen a lot of change in the attitudes towards women. Women are no longer, or weren't any longer, told to sit down, shut up, don't complain, and let the boys beat you. But now I see this as discriminatory against women athletes because they are being told, no, you can't complain. No, you can't say anything. You'll get in trouble because you're be considered transphobic and all that other stuff. Sit down, shut up, don't complain, let them take your position, let them get the scholarships. So now we're back to pre-Title IX. We're back to you're just a woman, you don't count. And it's the same thing I grew up with, and I don't think it's right. But if I thought I could get away with a bill that said all schools must have mixed sports, co-ed sports, I would do that, except that we're told we're not allowed, we're not supposed to be doing that. But because that should be a local control issue. But I think the answer to this is to have lots of co-ed sports, and that way everybody can play sports and it isn't an issue. So we can have boys sports, girls sports, and co-ed sports. And that's what I would encourage people to do. If they want to solve the issue, and I think it is an issue, I think trans kids absolutely should be able to play sports. I say have co-ed teams. Thank you.
Somebody hasn't spoken for a little bit here. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hesitate to really respond to this because it's a controversial issue. There's no question about this. Now, my concern is the volume of trans students who want to participate in sports. They want to participate in sports not because of a scholarship. They want to participate to be a member of a team, to learn what leadership skills are, organization skills. You know, sometimes I think that people think that trans girls are men in drag, right? They're not that at all. For a student to make the decision to become a trans individual, it's not done willy-nilly. It's a major life decision that one makes. And we've heard families come before us here and talk about the decision that the family had to make to recognize the gender identification that an individual wants to make. And when that decision is made, it puts into place a whole series of activities that an individual goes through. It's not just, I'm going to wear a dress now. They're going through a whole hormonal kind of a situation. It's under medical guidance. It's a significant change here. Now, I can understand the issue of I didn't get a scholarship. But let's juxtaposition I didn't get a scholarship to the number of students who participate in a sport that are just average. And they just want to be there. This bill would deny them that opportunity. Frankly, one of the persons I love to watch is Caitlin Clark. She's better than any male athlete in college right now. All right? And my concern is that the Caitlin Clarks of the world are going to be okay. But I'm concerned about those who aren't at that level of proficiency in athletics. They just want to be there. They just want to be able to participate in something that they want to do after they've made that decision that they want to be their true self. This bill denies that. And that's what I'm concerned about. The issue of the right of action. I mean, the penalties that are in this amendment are egregious. And I think are really an insult to every child who decides that they want to change their gender identity and participate in sports. This anti-trans bill, that's what this is. Let's put it right out there. And that's why I'm not going to support this. And I'm not going to support the major bill. Because I'm concerned about those children, those kids who are out there who are not going to be the one who's going to receive the scholarship, but the greater percentage of those who just want to participate and be there with their friends. Thank you.
Representative Paterno?
Thank you. So many things have come up, and I hate to say that I do have experience with this situation. To begin with, there was conversation about these, about transgender people, both sides, men and women, being under the care of physicians, and in particular endocrinologists. And I would like to point out that endocrinologists stand to make a significant amount of money. Once you get a child on transgender hormones, you have a patient for life. It is a $1 billion industry. As far as the NHIAA being the governing body, more than 10 years ago, LGBTQ organizations took the approach of changing the policy on every single athletic organization at the state level and allowing transgender athletes to perform in sports opposite of their sex. They took the backdoor approach, and that's why we need this legislation now. And when it comes to lawsuits, I want you to recall that I told my daughter that this would be a federal case if we wanted to pursue it. So I feel like it would have been cruel and unusual punishment for my family to have pursued a lawsuit. And we talk a lot, we're talking about people getting hurt, but we've spoken about people getting hurt. What we haven't spoken about is the damage to our daughters' self-esteem. Our daughters are also trying to be their authentic selves. When they are told that they can't compete on a team, because there are tryouts. So someone who's physically stronger than you is going to take your spot. You may be the second to last choice on the team. And you may not make the team because a boy who is transitioning to be a female is one step ahead of you, you might lose your spot. This isn't about scholarships. This is about women's self-esteem. This is a pro-women, pro-daughter, pro-girl bill, and I will support it.
Representative Tanner?
So, yes, we've had a lot of discussion around here, and there's an awful lot of misinformation thrown out about transgender and about transitioning. And I think it's a real insult to physicians of all types, including endocrinologists, to say that they would do something that would be just for the money, to transition a kid and keep them under that puberty blocker forever just for money. I think that's against Hippocratic Oath and a few other things. The thing about what we've heard, and as I pointed out, this whole thing about this high school high jumper, and obviously there was no safety problem with that, is that it was misinformation, purposefully sent out misinformation, which has just been unbelievable in our emails, unbelievable to people. So it's hard to believe when somebody says, oh, there was, 3 people hurt on a basketball team. Well, as I said before, there has not been any sports injuries attributed to a transgender athlete who's done it on purpose. And people get their teeth knocked out in field hockey, unfortunately, and they've now gone to mouth guards on that. Girls got their teeth knocked out in lacrosse. That's happened. Now that's got a safety issue. If a basketball team has an issue with injuries and something that's being unfairly done on the court, that's an official's problem. And the NHIAA is part of a federal, it's part of a national, not federal, but national independent athletic associations that are overseen by principals and superintendents and coaches and athletic directors. And they make the decisions as to whether the sports are, how the sports are run, how the tournaments are run, et cetera. So I think that's a little bit of an issue too. But I think you also have to look at this bill and say, why is it okay for kids up to, fifth grade to be able to compete together? Why is that okay? And then after fifth grade, all of a sudden it's a real big problem until you get to college and, gee, we're not going to do anything about college. And the reason is that it's all about hormones. And it's about hormones that if they go on puberty blockers before they go through puberty, we've seen these kids here. There should be no super advantage. And just like Representative Myler pointed out, in people our age, a lot of times what we're thinking of is boys in drag or men in drag, and it's not. Guys are not going to put on skirts just to play on girls' sports. So this is a bill that is anti-discriminatory, anti-trans. That's the only purpose of this bill. And it's cruel. And that's not something we should do here. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to just comment here one more time. I wish many of you could have a family where you grow up and watch your daughters compete and how hard they work and how hard they have tried to excel in sport, be it in high school. I saw that with the one that went on to A&M on a full ride scholarship for track and field, and that's a tough thing to do at a school of 44,000 kids. And you talk about discrimination. I think that without this bill, the athlete is being discriminated against, who has tried and tried and tried and worked so hard over all those years in middle school, grade school, middle school, high school, to come to the top of the heap, but all of a sudden encounter a person of another birth gender that's stronger than you are. You watched the tournament that I just watched 2 weeks ago over in Geneva, New York, Liberty League. I watched them play ball, boys. My grandson, who's been scoring about 18, 19 points a game, sustained in that game a broken nose. He also had an ankle injury about 3 weeks prior to that. It's a contact sport. You put a person of that caliber in amongst girls, you are going to have injury. We're already having it within the boys' sports. And I'm not saying that injuries should be condemned. I think the refs got to get on top of it. However, when we're looking at, I'm looking at the psychological impact to the girls that worked all their lives to get where they are and then lose the opportunity to reach that goal that they've strived to do. And it's okay if it's wonderful if they get beat by another girl that's on that team. That's what it's all about. But if I were to go back and quote some of the sayings from Vince Lombardi, and probably many of you remember Vince Lombardi, but a wonderful coach over in Green Bay, there's only one place, and that's first place. And that's how these girls think. And when they're working towards this, I'm looking at the high caliber girl. And yes, you're looking of others that have chosen the opposite gender or gone that way as a transgender. And yes, there's psychological impacts there too, but there's also discrimination on the other side too. And that's what I'm concerned that we're forgetting about that youngster, the ones that I had grown up in my family and I watched how hard they worked. And they earned what they earned. They earned a free ride to college as a result of that ability to be successful on the track or in basketball. So I think that when we throw things around that we're talking about discrimination here, no, we're not talking about that. We're watching the destruction of Title IX. We're watching that going down the toilet. And it is in this country. So I think there's misinformation out there, and I think it's time we return sport the way it's supposed to be run. Thank you. Representative Cordelli, and then Representative Damon.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to line 17 and 18, which say athletic teams or sports designated for females, women, or girls shall not be open to students of the male sex. We're talking about male sex, and there's two sexes. So this is the male sex shall not participate on a female or girls team. Representative Woodcock raised the issue of and maybe female athletes participating on a male's team. That's their choice. They're making a conscious decision knowing that they're playing with possibly male athletes who are bigger and stronger and maybe risking injury. They're making that conscious decision, and their parents are making that conscious decision. Females coming up against a team with a male athlete, male sex, a transgender, are not making that conscious decision. They're playing against that team because it's on their schedule. They would have to, as we talked about, the team could make the conscious decision, and there have been instances where they have chosen not to play in that game because of the situation with the transgender athlete on the other team. So in lines 17 and 18, it's about the male sex, and it's about physical injury and the conscious decision thereof.
Representative Damon?
Talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two things. One, there is a state, regional, and national shortage of endocrinologists. They are not lacking for patients. The wait time to get an appointment with an endocrinologist is very lengthy. The idea that those very significantly trained medical professionals would provide this care to a person to make money and have a lifetime patient is absurd. I'm offended for my colleagues in endocrinology that we would even make a statement like that here. Separately, if we are talking about safety in sports, we should be talking about safety in men's sports, women's sports, girls' sports, boys' sports, anybody's sports. There are lots of injuries in sports. I think maybe we need to take a careful look at that, whether as part of an interim study for this bill or separately, because it is not by any means that this is different. This is just another situation in which some students will get hurt. Students are getting hurt anyway, and we need to address that.
Okay, so what we're going to do, and I'm not going to go with any more testimony right here. Let's just call this vote on the amendment which we have before us. We have an amendment in front of us, 0973H. This is for HB 1205. On the motion on the table in front of us is for OTP on that amendment. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekes?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello? Yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So the motion in front of us now is, with that motion failing, we will move on with the OTP for HB 1205. Further discussion on the primary motion. Representative Cordelli.
I think we've heard a lot of discussion, so I think we can just vote on the OTP.
Any further discussion on the motion of OTP for HB 1205? Not seeing the Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lucas?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronel?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
And Chairman Led?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, that motion fails. Representative Myler or Representative Tanner, who's going to make the motion? Representative Tanner? Representative Luna? Who's making it down there?
I'd like to make a motion to ITL this bill.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Representative Tanner, ITL, and second by Representative Myler. Representative Tanner, do you want to speak to your motion?
I think I've said enough.
Representative Myler? Any further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lucas?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Petronel?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, so we're where we usually end up with no recommendation. So it'll go in the calendar as such with an OTPA from one side and ITL on the other side. And Representative Tanner? Pardon me? Well, the amendment will go along with it. Yeah, the amendment goes into the calendar. So, and you're doing the, yep, okay, thank you. Okay. What time is it?
But we can do some of the
Yeah.
checked off ones.
Okay, what we're going to do is because we are going to be coming up here in lunch in about 25 minutes, so we're going to jump down and address HB 1691. That's a definition of an adequate public education.
And you want to turn them-
And I'll hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1691. I have it someplace.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it too. Yeah, okay.
Is relative to the definition of an adequate. Are we doing 91?
Yes.
Yeah, relative to the definition of an adequate public education, and I call on Representative Ladd for a motion.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to make the motion of interim study.
Second.
Discussion, Representative Ladd?
No.
None. Representative Myler?
I'm good, thank you.
Anyone from the committee have a comment or discussion on 1691? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lucas?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronel?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yeah.
We were
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Any objections? Well, this is consent unanimous. Okay. Next one we're going to do is HB 1605. This is alternative education programs for granting credits. 1605. Recognize Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Representative McDonald as ITL and second by Representative Luno. Representative McDonald, do you care to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you. During the public hearing, the sponsor stated that the bill was at least in part inspired by the recent approval of a financial literacy course made by PragerU. In other words, this bill flips the concept of federalism on its head. As the legislature, we would be counteracting the decision made by the State Board of Education, which is an executive body. Moreover, this bill aims to do so without just cause. No evidence was presented against any program, including the course available via PragerU. I'll also take this opportunity to add to the record that proper notice was not given to PragerU so that representatives could defend the serious federal accusations made against them. And we should not set a precedent of supporting legislation under these circumstances. In addition, the sponsor admitted to not having completed the videos she objected to. In fact, no one who testified had completed watching the videos. At best, this indicates the legislation is unprepared, which is the definition of inexpedient to legislate. But returning to the content of the bill, it would be overly generous to say that this is a solution in search of a problem. Instead, the bill creates problems. For example, we do not know the potential impacts. We do not know how many service providers would no longer be options. And most importantly, we do not know how this would adversely impact educational attainment. Under no circumstances can we support this bill in any form. Thank you.
Representative Luno.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, while I did second the ITL recommendation, I disagree with everything that Representative McDonald just stated, and none of what she said represents the Democratic position on this bill. So with all due respect to the representative, and I would like to request the chair that Representative McDonald and I co-write the committee report on this.
Okay, would you like to explain any of your objections to what Representative McDonald was saying, or?
So one of them is that we have another bill in play that I believe better covers the this position with regards to making sure that programs approved under what's known as the Learn Everywhere program comply with state, federal, and their own anti-discrimination laws, that anti-discrimination policies are good for people all across the United States, and that while public schools certainly, and I think we'd all agree, have to comply with and should comply with anti-discrimination laws, that programs that are ancillary to public schools, such as programs approved under the Learn Everywhere, approved by the state, should also be compliant with that. And for those reasons, I think we have another bill that better addresses this, better positions the State Board of Education to provide oversight into compliance with those anti-discrimination policies. And for those reasons, I don't think 1605 is necessary at this time.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a representative made a request to co-write the committee report, I'd humbly request that that does not occur. And I have a question for clarification. Is it possible for two reports to be made if
No.
it's the same motion?
No.
No?
If
Okay.
it's the same motion, you got to work together on it. There were some issues which we had discussed regarding the finances of this, the costs associated with it. Do only schools of those receiving public funds discriminate? There are several issues which I think in our discussion earlier, that we needed an amendment for clarification on where we're going with various portions of this bill, and that it wasn't ready. So maybe what we need to do is put this forward for interim study, but try to work on some recommendation that we can put into the committee report, which comes to that common ground. I think both sides are saying we need to do some things with it, but exactly what is what we need to come to some compromise on. So,
So, Mr. Chair, I think the motion was ITL.
Right.
Oh, I thought it was interim study. Okay, I back off then.
Okay, I mean, I would certainly support interim study, but I think,
Yeah,
you know, supporting ITL and, you know, I certainly think Representative McDonald and I can civilly work together to put together a committee report that reflects both some of the positions that she's articulated, as well as the positions that I think more reflect.
We have done that before.
Yeah.
We have done that before in bills, so.
Okay, I appreciate
I
it.
would encourage both the reps to get together, bang their heads, and come up with an ITL recommendation that's satisfactory to both sides.
And we don't really have to bang our heads.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Be careful.
So, okay, so any further discussion on this bill? It's getting close to lunchtime. I didn't have any breakfast this morning, so as ITL, okay. So, further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The recommendation is ITL on the bill.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Representative Cornell. Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Is there any other?
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay.
What was the vote? I'm sorry.
19-1.
19-1.
Good with consent? Thank you. Let's try to get a couple more done if we can before lunch. 1646 relative to charter public schools. 1646.
I'd like to move. You want me to move? Interim study?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move interim study on 1646.
And Representative Belcher, you want to second that?
Sure, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a recommendation on interim study on this bill 1646 relative to charter public schools. Representative Luno, do you want to speak to your motion?
Sure, thanks very much. So I think the bill was really intended to go at some structural deficiencies with the with how charter public schools are defined and organized in statute. And I think since filing the bill, we've received some information from the jointly from the Department of Education as well as the Department of Justice that agrees that there are structural deficiencies to how charters are defined and organized in statute, and that they would like to contribute additional work on this. So interim study is really the right place to put this for now, and then we can come forward hopefully with a bipartisan solution that's comprehensive in incorporating the findings that the DOJ and the DOE have.
Thank you. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I tend to agree with a fair bit of that. I think we need to look at the language that's currently existing and determine whether or not it is deficient. And if we do need to fix anything with that, I would further note that in this bill, as written, if passed as is, it would appear that there are currently charter schools that would more or less immediately be forced to cease operations come July 1st, which is something that would need to be seriously worked out in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify the information that I think Representative Luno and Representative Belcher are familiar with, we did have communication from the Department of Education, Caitlin Davis and Diana Fenton, the attorney over there. And I'll read one paragraph right here. It says, "We are hoping that this bill could be retained for a study committee, as we have recognized that there are challenges with the incorporation of charter schools that need to be clarified in law, but are not sure exactly what we should seek. We have been actively engaged with the Charitable Trust Unit at the AG's office around this endeavor as well." And it goes on to speak to some of the issues associated with 501c3s. So there is a lot of work that we have to do here in conjunction with the entire charter school chapter there. And so I think it's wise that we interim study this and work with the department in trying to get some of these areas clarified. Further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Alboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
And the last bill we'll take up prior to lunch here is 1610. This is standardized assessment data for EFA participants. 1610. Yep. Representative Cascadden, you're recognized for a motion on this? 1610.
I move to ITL 1610.
Is there a second?
A second.
Representative Dry seconds that motion. Representative Cascadden, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
No.
Representative Dry?
Yes, thank you. This bill fails the least restrictive means tests for both homeschoolers and EFA receiving families. There are already assessment standards set up in statute, and this would override them.
Further discussion? And there was some reference to private schools in here. So there's some areas which need cleanup. Further discussion from the committee? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on 1610? The motion is ITL, made by Representative Cascadden, second by Representative Dry.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
We want to,
Representative Luna.
Yes.
these PM things.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Consent, Representative Myler? Yes, thank you. We are going to take a break now, but when we met Representative Myler earlier, there were several bills we said we were going to discuss in the PM. So we need to be looking at those bills. We had some which were hold too. But the PM, one of them I had down was 1476. Another PM here was 1014, and 1552. Those were bills that we felt that we would want to work with our caucuses during the lunch hour. There were other holds, but those were ones we had PM'd aside. Okay, so we're going to break and we'll take an hour break here for lunch. So we'll come back at roughly 10 minutes of 1 for those that only read the big hand. You're close. Yes, we will be. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Representative Heath, do you have a second? I'd like to talk to you about what we did yesterday in finance. Yeah.
Getting back in, so if them asked to.
Remember how Tracy said he came up with a figure that was 13 million.
Or the JV.
ahead and continue our executive session for today. And we're going to jump around a little bit on the schedule right here. I'd like to address HB 1592, that's the use of EFAs in religious schools. So it's 1592. Just so everybody knows, we do have some more Senate bills that have come in, so you can add them to your 3-inch or now 4-inch binders.
Or get a second binder.
Or get another binder. Yeah. They're, before you leave, and we need to get them, they're on the table and they're crisscross, so they're all available. They are not 3-hole punched. Okay. So much for that, huh? Okay, 1592 is a bill relative to the use of education freedom accounts, funds, in religious schools. I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would move ITL.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, Representative Lekis made the second and made by Representative Cordelli. Representative Cordelli, you'd like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, I think that this disregards U.S. Supreme Court rulings, and therefore I cannot support it.
Representative Lekis?
I just want to quote a dad. He said, "It's enraging to see people trying anything to kill school choice and for kids and to force kids to go to a failed public school."
Are there any other comments from the committee? Not seeing any requests. Madam Clerk, we're ready when you're ready. The motion is ITL on 1592.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Alboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion.
Go ahead, Representative Myler.
Move to OTP.
Is there a second for, who made that? Representative Woodcock? So we have a motion made by Representative Myler, second by Representative Woodcock for OTP. Further discussion from the maker of the motion?
I'm good, thank you.
From the any other discussion? Not seeing any? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Terry,
No.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Alboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, so obviously Representative Cordelli will be doing one, and who's doing the other? Representative Myler, okay? Okay, the next one down we're going to be doing is 1625. This is relative to school health services. So HB 1625. Representative Peternell, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I move interim study on House Bill 1625.
We have a motion made by Representative Peternell to interim study, second by Representative Myler. Representative Peternell, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. This bill removes the requirement for a school nurse to be certified through the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education typically isn't in the business of certifying nurses. This bill, Yeah, so the current statute requires that a nurse hold a license issued by the Board of Nursing and maintain a certification under the Department of Education. Contract nurses are not required to maintain that certification. Manchester hires contracted nurses, quite a few contracted nurses because they have trouble finding nurses. And if school nurses would like to get a certification, they certainly can through a national certification or through an accredited college.
Representative Myler? Is there further discussion on the bill? When you're ready. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Yes. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
18 yeas, 2 nays.
Is consent okay? Is there going to be a minority report? No, no, okay.
Okay, what was the count? What was the number? Sorry. 18-2.
Okay, so that, yeah.
18-2.
Who made that motion? Yes, so you're doing that, right, Katie? Okay. The next bill which we will address is 1650, approval of alternative programs for granting credits. 1650. Oh, you were talking. 1650.
Thank you.
Okay, I look to Representative Lekis for a motion.
I would like to move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion made by Representative Lekis, ITL, and second by Representative Cordelli. This is HB 1650, approval of alternative programs for granting credits. Representative Lekis, do you want to speak to your motion?
3 quick points. 1, there were no examples of violation. 2, businesses already have to follow state anti-discrimination laws. And 3, all this bill would do is limit learning opportunities.
Okay, the second, Representative Cordelli?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Are there any other further comments? Representative Luno?
Sure, thanks. If we are able to defeat this motion, we'll take up another motion of ought to pass, and I'll just save my comments use my comments for right now. But all this bill does is seek to require that programs approved by the state board as part of the Learn Everywhere program comply with state, federal anti-discrimination laws and have their own anti-discrimination policy that's consistent with the structure of 354A. Unlike what we heard yesterday from the department showing us a list of 800 organizations. In fact, this program only has about 16 organizations. I don't think it's unwieldy or unmanageable to require those organizations to comply, and further, it does not appear that any of the approved Learn Everywhere programs were lined up with the example that was given yesterday regarding a builder in Hinsdale. So I don't think it would impact that student's particular experience. So for at least those reasons, I would oppose the ITL, and I'll look for another motion.
Further discussion from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I believe also mentioned in addition to Learn Everywhere, there were a couple of other programs, and one that I had found out about a number of months ago was related to CTE, and it's called Work is Learning. So I think that there are a number of students who are participating in that. I don't have the numbers there, but it's actually a program I'd like to find out more about.
Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any further discussion, so there's a motion on the floor to ITL 1650. And the bill is approval of alternative programs for granting credit to graduation.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadin.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to pass.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, OTP, made by Representative Luno and seconded by Representative Myler. Representative Luno, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Representative Myler? Any further discussion from the committee? Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we're ready.
Sorry, just need a sheet.
Take your time.
Ran out of sheets, okay. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Nope.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Alboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadin.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
All right, the reports are being written by Luno and Lekis. All right, moving down, further down the list here, we're going to go to 1654, which is a review of EFA service providers, 1654. Sixteen 54, again, is a relative to review of education freedom accounts, service providers. And with that, I look to Representative Lekis for a motion.
I move ITL.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Noble?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Representative Lekis, second by Representative Noble, and that's referencing 1654. Representative Lekis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, they would. First off, we've found no examples of violation. Second off, this is going to the wrong people. If there are violations of any of the anti-discrimination laws, whoever that's happened to should go to the Human Rights Commission. That's what they're set up for. The State Board of Education, asking them to review hundreds of people to make, often out-of-state businesses to make sure that they are following this. They are volunteers, the number of hours that they would be working to have to go and review every single one, because that's part of it, shall annually review all education service providers. There are, what did he say, 800 of them or something like that? And to ask these volunteers who are there to spend their time doing something that was set up in law.
Excuse me for a second. I cannot hear because of the chatter down that end of the table. Thank you. Go ahead.
To ask them to do that is just totally unreasonable. And how they would make sure that all of these out-of-state organizations follow their own, what is the word I want? Policy, thank you. Follow their own policies. That's just unreasonable. So the effect, I won't say that that was the intent, but the effect is that EFAs would not be able to use many private entities since anyway.
Thank you very much. Representative Noble, do you have any comments?
Nothing further, thank you.
Are there any further comments? Yes, Representative Luno?
Thank you. And just like the last bill, if we're able to defeat this motion, I'll be making an alternative motion to pass, but I'll make my comments right here so in respect for time. But in fact, the committee did hear testimony during the hearing yesterday about a number of education service providers that had discriminatory quote, anti-discrimination policies and particularly excluded a number of different groups classes that are protected under 354A, specifically LGBTQ and so as such, I think there is actually a requirement or a need for a bill such as this to make sure that that taxpayer dollars are when taxpayer dollars are going towards educational services, that in fact those services are complying with our state's anti-discrimination laws. So thank you.
Thank you. Further, yes, Representative Lekis?
I will go ahead then and finish what I was starting to say, which is according to our state laws, private entities are allowed to discriminate based on certain things. And by making it, by this law saying that EFAs then can't use them, you're basically saying EFAs can't use these private entities because the private entities, by our state laws, are entitled to discriminate based on certain things. Thank you.
Yes.
I would say on the reverse of that, that people that take EFAs that are part of the LGBTQ community are then not allowed to make those choices because the school chooses not to allow them to make that choice. And school choice is basically with the school, not with the student.
Representative Dry first. Representative Dry, you've had your hand up several moments here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would just direct everybody to 194F7, the independence of education service providers, specifically Roman numeral 5, an education service provider should not be required to alter its creed, practices, admission policy, or curriculum in order to accept payments from an EFA. The other 4 sections all talk about how removed this education service provider is from this. It's really, the interaction is getting the money for that service. It's not the provider that's on trial.
Further, Representative Lekis, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to reply to the LGBTQ because we did hear that there were numerous students who were LGBTQ who were bullied in the public schools. And the EFA is how they got out of the public school to go to a school that was welcoming to them, a private school that was welcoming to them. So I think using them as an example, you better look at the other side of that too.
Further discussion from the committee. Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. I just have to point out, I mean, for me, the reason I'm here is to see what the impact on kids is. We've heard a lot of numbers that is a little bit confusing here. Yesterday we heard that there were 800 programs approved in Learn Everywhere. Today we're hearing that there are 800 service providers in the EFA program. Neither one are true. There are actually 32 programs approved programs in the Learn Everywhere. And I had the list of service providers. It is not 800. It might be 80, 85. I'm not sure. But the decisions we make today have a direct impact on kids, and we should be a little bit more accurate in knowing what really impacts kids. And with that information, this bill should be on the books. It should be OTP.
Further discussion from the committee? Any further discussion? Not seeing any hands up here, so we are ready to go ahead. The motion on 1654 is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiel, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Another motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to pass.
So we have a motion made on 1654 by Representative Luno, OTP, and second by Representative Myler. Representative Luno.
I think I'm good.
Representative Myler?
I'm good, thank you.
Any further discussion from the committee? When you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
Nope.
Representative Peternell?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, who's going to write it from that end? Representative Luno? Okay, and then, okay. We are now going to do HR 30, urging a robust climate education. Okay, Representative Belcher, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ITL.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion on the floor on HR House Resolution 30 made by Representative Belcher and second by Representative Peternell, and the motion is ITL. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be fairly brief, but this goes in very well with a book that I'm just finishing right now, Abigail Schreier's most recent book, Bad Therapy, which incorporates some of what was heard yesterday regarding particularly something that's referred often to as climate anxiety. There has been, at this point, a significant movement within certain psychological fields to categorize this idea of climate anxiety. It's something that I think is actually probably legitimate. And I think based on what we've seen both yesterday, even though I wasn't here at the time, but also previously in other testimony, that children are having extremely difficult times around their mental health. And one of the big reasons that we've heard is because of they're worried about climate change. Now, I think, first of all, this is a very politically charged issue. I think that we need to be keeping generally politically charged issue out of schools. But even if you don't agree with me on that, I don't think we should be inducing climate anxiety in students by putting more of this on them right now when they're young, informative, and if this is a real problem, it's an adult problem to be dealt with. Thank you.
Further discussion from the second?
Yes, thank you. First of all, in addition to what Representative Belcher said, I see this as a local control issue. It should be taken up as part of the science classes. The school board can certainly direct their educators to incorporate climate change. And I certainly see evidence in my local community on a regular basis of climate change education occurring. However, I'm also concerned, we had two bills yesterday. This one, but preceded it was the bill on masking. And we heard significant testimony about the fear that was instilled over during the COVID pandemic era. And I was particularly concerned with the testimony and using this HR to instill fear, particularly of tick-borne illnesses with the increasingly warm seasons that we will be having. And for that reason, I will be supporting the ITL motion.
Further discussion, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. I humbly like to disagree with my two other fellow representatives here. I do agree with Representative Belcher talking about that information is critical. And information is part of the foundation to provide support and understanding of climate. So I think this opportunity, HC30 rather, is just doing that with DES and Health and Human Services, providing a fundamental foundation based in science that local, as Representative Pertnell said, local schools have the option. This is just providing them options for information. And I do think it's critical that there's no question. It's raining, Saco River's up, there's no snow for skiing, we can't fake it. It's happening all around us, folks. I mean, so I think we really need to start addressing it. The gentleman yesterday who spoke, most of the people around here, not you, Valerie, most of the people around here have gray hair. We caused part of this. We can at least help solve it. Thank you.
Gray hair, huh?
Well, someone.
Most don't have any.
I was wondering where the hair is here. Okay, go ahead, Representative Cordiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on line 21, it says, whereas such curriculum would include an acknowledgement that human activities have caused a crisis we are working to solve today. Not everyone believes this, and I'm one of them, so I will be voting ITL. I believe that these children, a lot of whom spoke, having this climate change anxiety, I think it's partially caused by the promulgation of things that I just don't agree with.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure where to begin. I find it sad that there wouldn't be more unanimity on this topic. There's no cost to this bill. It's about starting better conversations on this. We heard from, I don't know how many, 24 students. Students brought the idea for this bill forward to Representative Thomas. Pretending that climate change isn't happening is not going to decrease their anxiety. You don't get rid of anxiety by saying, oh no, it's nothing to worry about, the adults will take care of it. One particular student's remarks, her name was Sarah Weintraub, that I noted, and I may be paraphrasing, but what I understood her to say was students don't know what to do and or they don't think anything they do will be enough about climate issues. And the presentation from all of them, every single one, that they want to learn, they want to understand this. They are seeing it happen, affecting agriculture, economy, lifestyles, so many things. I was so impressed with their work and their concern, and I would think we could support them in this.
Representative Lekis, and then Representative Tanner, and then Representative Myler.
If this was truly a non-political bill and just a, what do we know, what information is out there, what are different scientists saying, I think they should be looking at what different scientists are saying. Are there things, well, some of those things they were talking about was just pollution stuff, which certainly we should be dealing with. That's not climate change, that's pollution, and that's our local environment, and we definitely should be, and always have been, should be dealing with that. But the The fact that it starts with an acknowledgement that human activities have caused a crisis, and amongst scientists, there is a definite disagreement as to how much, if any, is caused by human activity and how much is caused by greater forces like sunspots, like the change in the, not rotation, but evolution of the Earth around the sun based on planetary lineups and stuff like that. You know, how much is based on volcanoes, how much is based on the volcanic activity currently along the rim of the southern south of Antarctica, etc. And so to start from a point of view, a scientific point of view of which there is difference on, I think is wrong. I have no problems. I think it would be great for kids to learn, but they should be learning what various scientists say, not just what the accepted by certain people scientists say. They should be looking at both sides. And I have read many books, including by astronauts, who have talked about, for instance, CO2, the fact that the Sahara Desert is shrinking. You can see it from space. That's because of CO2. And then to have somebody say, we're all going to starve because of climate change when CO2 actually greens the earth, and there's a lot of evidence for that, etc. The fact that there's conflicting information, theories, etc., they should be presenting all of those, not just this number one here, which is a foregone conclusion, and that's my objection, is that they're starting with a foregone conclusion that has not been proven true, that is being disputed, and that's my real objection to this.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you. I think as a committee, we ought to be very cautious about labeling students that come and talk here as having anxiety issues. I don't think they had climate anxiety issues. I think they were pretty aware of what was happening and didn't seem to be, well, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can't diagnose them. My other question is HR. This is the first HR we've had in this. Would you explain what it means as far as, because I think some of the talk was about curriculum, and I don't think this requires curriculum in schools or anything. I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about what happens to an HR, why an HR, and what the requirements are for that, please.
Who are you speaking to? Oh. Well, seeing this is one of the first HRs we've had here, a House resolution does not include, it's not a bill. So nothing is statutory within this. So if that's one point you're looking for. Although this bill does speak to curriculum. Where if you look at the last whereas, it says, whereas such curriculum would include, and of course we also know that curriculum is a responsibility of the local district, instruction and curriculum as that the statute specifies. So, but in terms of whether this becomes statutory, no, it does not.
Where does it go?
It's just a resolution of the House, and quite truthfully, I don't know where it goes. Probably goes in a circular file somewhere. So we've had bills of address before.
Well,
But-
I've been aware of the ones that are congressional resolutions, to send a letter down to the congressional delegation, but I just don't know where
Yeah,
it goes
about
with the
Greek
House
marbles
resolution.
and everything else. Yes, I remember that. So, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the House resolution is basically a statement of intent on the part of the House as far as what it feels about a particular topic. So, as the chair says, it doesn't go anywhere, but it basically says, this is what we think as a body. So that's a clarification. So my sense here, as one of the senior members of this committee, primarily in age, it's amazing to me. I don't know about when you at home, but when I see the evidence of tornadoes going through Kansas or Oklahoma or Missouri or now Michigan, for all places where I lived for 12 years, or I see the floods that are taking place in California or the 12-foot snow banks in the Sierras or the tornadoes and wind. I mean, to me, in my lifetime, my wife and I say, why is this happening? This didn't happen before. And the change of climate around this country and the world is there. There's no question about that. And it would seem to me that it's important for this House to make a statement about that. And notwithstanding whatever anxiety you thought the kids have, I wasn't here when they were here, but the point is they know this is happening. And they want to know why it's happening. Frankly, it's our responsibility. It's my responsibility as the old geezer in the group to say, what did I do that has caused this? And I take a certain responsibility for my grandkids. And so for me, the issue of this resolution is merely a statement of position for the House to say, we need to look at this and we need to make sure that our students that are out there have some sense of understanding of why is this happening. And perhaps as a result of that increased knowledge base, they might save this planet. Because I sure as hell am too old to try to save it right now.
Well, let me talk, because I'm probably then the next oldest one, right? So I can remember when I moved to Alaska, we'd wake up some mornings, and that's above the Aleutian chain. We were up on the Bering Sea area. We'd wake up to -40. And of course, the folks up that way said, well, just get used to it. And yeah, it was hard getting used to it when you go out and get in your Ford 150 pickup truck that has vinyl seats on that are frozen. You sit them and they crack. And you have a heater block on the engine and the engine's covered over with a blanket. And you can start it up, yes, after you work on it a while, but then you can't get the transmission to move at all. So I've been through that, but I'm also aware of other groups in our world that have gone through the same thing. And if we had the representative from Litchfield that used to sit on this committee, he always used to come forward and say, but what about the Vikings back in year 1000? And when they went to Iceland, and then Leif Erikson and company come over further and they go to Greenland and then down through L'Anse aux Meadows in northern Newfoundland, down along the coast of Maine. Why did they leave Greenland? Well, because Greenland was getting cold. And so the climate was changing and they had to go back to Iceland and back to Scandinavia. They never did really leave Iceland, but they did leave the areas in North America and Greenland. And that was because there was a change in climate. Our world has gone through these changes and it's cyclical. And so I'm not totally convinced. Yes, I see what's happening in the rainforest down in Brazil. One of my majors in college was geography, and we studied these things. And that's man-made, and we can stop that. But some other things I think are beyond us, and that so there are cycles. So I'll conclude that I'm not really absolutely sure that we can control some of this. Some of this may just be a natural occurrence. Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And you know, I appreciate your acknowledgement that some of it is man-made. And you know, something that's been important to me when I talk with people about climate change, and obviously, I believe that what we've been doing, you know, on Earth since the Industrial Revolution has contributed substantially to the amassing of greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide that prevents the Earth from going through its natural cooling. But I also recognize, as you've pointed out, that over the millennia there have been cycles that are sometimes thousands or tens of thousands of years long, where there are heating and cooling events. But to see such sudden changes in the Earth's climate by degrees over a period of a decade is nothing like the Earth has ever seen before. And I think we've got scientists that have shown that you can actually see, and I don't know if it's in shale rock formations or in the ice cores where there's been melting and cooling over a long period of time. It's never ever been in a shorter period of time right now. But going back to what I like to talk with people about this subject, that sometimes reasonable people do disagree on the causes. But what is hard to disagree on right now is the fact that the climate is changing. We might not know absolutely, positively sure exactly what is causing it, although I think I got a pretty good idea, but we might not agree on the middle part. But on the end of it, is there something we can do about it? And should we do something about it? And I'm hoping that reasonable people would be able to agree on the first part of that and the last part of that, even if we can't come to complete agreement on the middle section, the cause of it. But is there something we can do about it? And should we do something about it? And I think that gets to the core of House Resolution 30, which is the last sentence in the bill. Resolved by the House that the General Court and by extension the Department consider compiling and disseminating climate education curriculum so that teachers may be prepared to implement climate change education in their classrooms. And it talks about, through all these whereases, how we can become more efficient, what jobs are available, things that we can do that maybe can slow or mitigate or reverse what has happened over the last decade or decades. And I think that's what this bill gets, that's what this resolution gets to. And I think that's what we heard. I wasn't here for the whole hearing yesterday, but we heard from so many young people that they just like to be empowered to do something.
Further discussion, Representative Damon.
Mr. Chair, I need a reminder on a procedure question. So the sponsor of the bill provided an amendment yesterday. We have an ITL motion, so we can't talk about the amendment.
That's
Am I
correct.
correct about that?
That's correct.
So I would respectfully ask my colleagues, could we please defeat the ITL so we can bring the amendment forward?
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to offer a quick clarification on something that was said earlier. I certainly, from my chair here, would not presume to diagnose a member of the public offering testimony with some kind of a mental health condition. I do think that absent a good reason to disbelieve them, though, when they tell us something, we should take them at their word. So when children come to this committee, as they have, and they tell us point blank that they are experiencing climate anxiety, and that because of what they have learned about the climate, that they believe the world is ending, we have heard that in this committee, that is causing mental health problems to them, I think it's perfectly reasonable to take them at their word on that, and I think we should respect that.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Representative. My primary objection with this is that it is a resolution and not a bill, because the resolution is encouraging both the Department of Education and Environmental Services to develop a curriculum, but the language is vague throughout the resolution to include the title. So we're encouraging them to develop a curriculum, but not outlining what the curriculum is, nor setting an appropriation for it. Because again, this is a resolution, and resolutions are not bills, and bills set appropriations, resolutions cannot, to the best of my knowledge. So stepping away from the climate issue, I do not believe this is the vehicle to move anything forward, but I'd like to tell the students we duly note their concerns, and maybe we can work together in a bipartisan way to bring something forward that isn't a resolution, or at least not this one at this time.
Thank you. Are there, yes, Representative Dry, you've had your hand up a little bit here.
Thank you. I would like to build on to what Representative McDonald said, except to politely point out that the Department of Education or Education Committee is not included in this resolution at all. And I believe this is not the vehicle for it. If you want to talk about curriculum, let's talk about curriculum. But let's talk about where the suggestion came from the other day. And I'm looking at the website of the 350 NH Youth Team, which champions progressive climate policy and supports candidates who do that. So I'm wondering if we're going to get a balanced curriculum out of this.
Representative Leckiston, Representative Woodcock.
I just wanted to address the whether or not we should look at the amendment, because the objection is also in the amendment. They left one in, and one is what we're objecting to. So I don't see that that will help any.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. I go back to the basic premise. I was completely satisfied and happy and excited actually yesterday seeing students from charter schools, students from public schools, students from school clubs, schools, and school environmental science classes come together from all over the state saying, please just give us some help here. And all we're saying is, let us bring this forward and say, Department of Health and Human Services and Department of Environmental Services, because they've done this before, please help us to have government do something, give them the option to start working for us to provide this information. It doesn't say any school district has to accept it. It doesn't outline what particular piece of it. And they're saying, here, we see a problem. We're the coming youth of the country. We came to the place that's supposed to be helping. Democracy, Education Committee, education. That's all we're asking for. And so I think it's really simple. And as you said, Mr. Chair, when they asked, where does it go from here? It may end up in that circular file. But at least we've done our part and put it forward to say, yeah, we acknowledge kids, you're asking for help. We're trying to put it, and you've given us a direction. We'll try to follow it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me respond a little bit to this, that within this bill or this resolution, if you look down on some of the statements which are made on lines 24 on downwards, when they say including elements of the Industrial Revolution, fine, that's great. But when they start talking about deliberate misinformation campaigns by big oil, it started, I'm a kind of an oil guy that comes from Alaska. And gas companies to misinform the public about the effects of climate change. I think this is clearly a political message. And that bothers me, that then as the House, we're being asked to pass a resolution that's saying that deliberate misinformation campaigns regarding fossil fuels, I think that's, putting this on is certainly not fair and balanced, as Representative Dry was trying to say or state earlier with her comments. Representative Damon.
If I could just respond to that concern, Mr. Chair. The amendment changes that language and specifically says a balanced historical background on the innovations that led to the discovery and use of fossil fuels, and goes on and lists other things. But I think they did recognize that the way that was phrased was not appropriate. And to me, balanced historical background, that's exactly what we should be providing students on every topic.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli.
Just to follow on that, I also see on page 2, the local case studies do not look balanced to me. And I certainly, if you wanted to have a balanced approach, you could take a look at the failure of offshore wind leasing off the coast of New Jersey. And up above that, I'm not sure what environmental racism is.
Further discussion from the committee on the bill here, or on the resolution. Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Just have to add my 2 cents, you don't mind. I just have to relay this information. So a little over 10 years ago, I started my doctoral study. The first book in the first course was called Futuring. And we had to look at all of the scientific evidence on this particular topic. That was over 10 years ago now. So obviously, it had attention then. After spending over 40 years, 180 days a year, with hundreds of kids every single day, many have anxiety over a number of things. Right down to climate anxiety if they're going to miss recess. I have anxiety if the notch is going to close. I think we're overthinking this. We need to step back and look at the message these kids are trying to give. I don't want those kids to say in 5 years, yeah, so-and-so on that committee denied it. We're not giving them permission to change anything. We're giving them validation for what they believe is occurring, and they will continue to study it. I don't know why we're just keep beating this. I would support the kids. Anything kids do far surpasses what adults can do.
I remember coming from your neck of the woods up there in Rumford and Berlin, and you had Brown Paper Company, we had the Oxford, and my father-in-law, who was an engineer, a Northeastern grad, used to say to me, Rick, don't worry about it, the smell is money. And Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I certainly enjoy seeing the kids here, but I don't think that every opinion from a group of students brought to us requires us to fall in line and pass legislation that they're asking for. And the same goes for even some of the bills put forth by fourth grade classes about the state jumping frog or jumping frog license plates. I don't think we need to follow all that direction just because it's kids. Maybe we should get some senior groups in here to present opinions also.
They're already here.
They're here.
We sit
Around the table.
Boy, I walked into that one, didn't I?
Representative Damon, you have your hand up again.
I do. So I'm sure we don't do a straw poll, but I appreciate that there are concerns about the specific language in this bill. In fact, it's a lengthy resolution with a lot of specificity. So I'm wondering if there is an appetite, bipartisan. I've heard several folks say they would be willing to work on this. Is there some way for us to not vote on this today and collaboratively come up with an alternative, simpler resolution?
We do have a motion on the table. So with that, what I'm going to do is go through with taking action on that motion. We're running out of time here. And I realize, what your request is. So if there's no more discussion on this, we're going to move forward with the motion that was put forth, which is to ITL HR 30. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekes?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Alboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Pardon me?
Check. It's your turn.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion to interim study.
I'll recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move, based on suggestions that I just heard, a motion of interim study.
Is there a second? Representative Terry made the second. Further discussion on the interim study from Representative Cordelli? No. Representative Terry?
I have nothing additional to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock?
Mr. Chair, I don't want to be clear before we vote and get lost in this. I'm not going to support interim study. I think it's important that we continue working on this today and come to a vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? All right, Representative, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Is Chairman Cordelli?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Quartiello? No. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
8 yeas, 12 nays.
Is there another motion? Representative and is there a second, Representative Myler? So we have a motion for OTP on HR 30 made by Representative Damon and second by Representative Myler. Further discussion from the maker of the motion?
I want to bring forward the amendment. Might as well do it. So it was circulated yesterday. It is amendment number 0936H. I do not have multiple copies because I didn't expect to be doing this. Does everybody have it?
No.
So it changes line 22. I'm sorry, let me just make sure I have this right. Yes. No. Line 24 to 28. I'm sorry, I had the number wrong. Changes line 24 to 28, Roman numeral number 2 on the first page of the original bill is changed. And it changes the concluding resolution lines 28 to 31 is replaced with language that includes the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Environmental Science Services.
Pardon me? Yeah, we, okay, so we have a motion for the amendment. What's the amendment number again?
0936H.
Okay, 0936H. And it's made by Representative Damon and seconded by Representative Myler. Representative Damon would like to speak to your motion, please.
I think most of what needs to be said has been said, and we can go to a vote when people are ready.
Representative Myler? Representative Peternell?
Yes, thank you. I just want to point out that lines 13, on the amendment, it leaves out the Department of Education.
Representative Tanner?
When we did the civics, did that go through the Department of Education or was that an independent
The civics,
curriculum?
are you talking about the textbook?
No, the civics model curriculum
That came by way of a bill
yes, but,
under studies.
right. But was that wasn't through the Department of Education, that was through a committee, right? An independent committee?
No, that bill specifically said there would be a half a credit in the middle school, a credit and half credit in the high school for the teaching of civics. It didn't change the academic standards for social studies at all, and it didn't lay out a specific curriculum either.
Right, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a model civics curriculum that in the past, we've had people that have put out model curriculum that people can use or not use that hasn't necessarily been developed by the Department of Education. Isn't that correct? And civics is one of them.
I'm not recalling a model curriculum in civics. We had a model curriculum which I had gotten from the state of Ohio.
Or the Holocaust.
And the
Studies just-
Holocaust, we were working with the Holocaust Center over in Keene State
Right,
College.
it's not through the Department of Education necessarily.
But there's a commission or a commission working on that right now.
Right, that's what I mean, just the fact that the Department of Education is not part of this resolution is not unusual. It's happened before, it happens with the Holocaust studies, it happens, I'm pretty sure, with the civic studies.
But with the Holocaust, it's also a part of adequacy. We have that underneath as one of those topical areas. Substantive criteria for an adequate education. Holocaust is specifically mentioned.
They don't have to use the curriculum developed.
I have not seen a curriculum on the Holocaust come out of that group yet. So there's nothing brought back for consideration, either as part of the minimum standards for public school approval or the academic standards. I haven't seen it. Representative Cornell?
I don't remember yesterday any of the presenters mentioning the Department of Education when they were presenting the HR 30. They said the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Environmental. I think.
That's in the original, but there were two of us that weren't here, and I don't think Representative Heath was here at that time either. We were all busy down the end of the hall dealing with that finance. Yeah, Representative.
I was just merely pointing out that that was one of the differences between the original bill and the amendment. I didn't need to go down this road. I just wanted to point it out.
Okay. Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Not to belabor just the Representative Purnell's point, it's clear that the Department of Education does not have the staff to continue to update curriculum across the agenda. As was pointed out yesterday by the commissioner talking about math and science and math and English 2014, the most recent time they did it. And we all know it's not anyone's fault, they just not staff there to do it. So it's not surprising the DOE is not in this as curriculum developers anyhow, because it's just subject. Thank you.
Just to tag on that a little bit, yes, the curriculum department at the Department of Education has basically been raped. Over the years, we've just lost personnel over there, and it's, I've been in districts that have more curriculum staff than our Department of Education has in this state. The way we've developed curriculum is through task force. They're brought together. They come down and work with the Department of Education and then make a recommendation at the end of that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Further discussion, we have an amendment in front of us, a motion for the OTP of the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that the amendment opens on line, well, number 1, but line 4. An acknowledgement that human activities have caused a crisis we are working to solve today. I fundamentally disagree with that. I don't think it's true that we have. I think it's vastly overstated, so I can't support this.
Okay, so we have any further discussion on the amendment? It's 0936H. Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
Nope.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Terry,
No.
Representative Myler. Yes. Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So we're back to the main bill, the main resolution right now. HR 30, as it was introduced. Any further discussion? Representative Terry.
I understand we're back to the somewhat problematic language of this resolution. I recognize that it's a resolution and not a bill, but I have to vote against this because I find that it has a high degree and a disturbing degree of polemic.
Further discussion? Not, yes, was it
OTP,
on where you're talking the amendment?
because we we started out with the amendment, so did she make the amendment? The original OTP amendment, there was really no OTP to begin with. She moved.
Do we have, who made the motion on the OTP? It was Representative Damon, right? Would Representative Myler?
Damon and Myler.
Yeah.
That was before.
And then, and the same thing with the amendment. Yeah, so
Okay.
we just missed it over here to my right. Okay, so we have a resolution on the table that, as it was introduced now, HR 30, and the motion is OTP. Further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Nope.
Representative Petronell.
No.
Representative Quartiello, no. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell. Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadon.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Alrighty, who's writing the reports here? Representative Damon?
And it'll be
Yep,
OTP
yep,
A,
A.
with 0936.
yeah.
You want OTP A?
Yes.
A or,
No,
That's
but
okay. You
what
can
we
be-
offer on the floor.
The amendment would be attached
We're
and,
doing tomorrow.
yes, it would be in the package there. You would have OTPA. Yeah, and the other side's ITL. Alrighty, the next bill going down the list here is 1014. This is registration of high school students to vote. 1014.
Dave, Muriel said she'd write the report for this. Muriel?
Read the report for 1014.
Everyone's going to. Okay.
Is there an amendment that circulated?
There is one, there was one early one, which was 0538. Is that the amendment? I thought there was a, yeah. Okay, we will take well, Representative Damon goes upstairs and gets that. We'll take a break here. When she comes back, we'll continue.
So.
Yeah.
About the
get going here. We just have a few bills which are going to remain doing today. We've done 11 bills so far today. Out of the 34, that just leaves 23 bills left for this session in terms of House bills. We have, I'd like to have a little bit of a discussion on this voter registration or voter bill, but I'd like to do that as the last thing we do here today in case we got to get any more information. So we're going to jump and do one bill, and then we're going to slide in that. I've said to some folks we'll be done by 4 o'clock today. Yes, we will be, so that folks have to be at other meetings, which I know some have. So let's just jump and go to 1552, and then we'll come back to 1014 and have a discussion on 1014 without anything on the table there. No motions made.
15 what?
1552. Do you want to make, that was your bill, right?
Yeah, you were going to make the.
Yeah, and then I'll put the amendment in.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Yeah,
to P
yeah,
and then-
yeah. And I'll second it. 1552. Mm-hmm. Where are we at?
No amendment.
Where's 14?
So you were going to hold that.
That's the charter amendment.
Right. I thought we said we were going to hold that before.
No, I had PM.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
thought,
yeah, you do right down in there, underneath.
okay, maybe, yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping we can all sort of, that November is a more reasonable time.
Right.
Everybody.
Right, but I thought we were going to look at, we were talking about looking at October.
Oh, they want to do this, well, we can hear from Jay.
Okay, we can look here.
If she says October 1st, it works. Yeah.
Okay, we have a little change in plans here. We're going to, while we have some folks here in the audience that can help us out on this, we're going to go back to 1476. That's the bill dealing with charter school memorandum of understanding. That's where it says this, you know, all charters have an MOU with their resident district, which sends, takes care of the special ed services at the charter. And the MOU is effective at the start of the school year, and the change in this, I believe, was November 1. The question we have is the November 1 date what we want, or do we want like an October 1 date where the enrollment is collected? Jane, do you have a second you could come up if you have any of that information available for us? Yeah, hold on a minute. We want to take advantage of you while you're here.
Since you've been here all day.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Jane, you're familiar with the MOU process, correct?
Yes.
And so can you just give us a brief rationale why we put at the start of the school year versus November 1, and why November 1 maybe versus October 1?
Sure. So every school district has been charged with getting an MOU to the public charter schools. And the Department of Ed has given us a template to do that. Originally, July was the deadline to get that all signed, sealed, and delivered. During the summer, oftentimes there aren't a lot of folks at the charter schools. And so there's been a few challenges in terms of meeting that deadline. Moving the deadline to the fall would certainly help, I think, the charter schools as well as the LEAs in getting not just the signatures, but getting all the essential information into those MOUs.
So in terms of these children or students which are coming, it says at the start right now, and of course we don't know what it really looks like at the charter school. There may be a number of kids that moved in with IEPs. What's the rationale having wait so long from the start to November 1 versus, let's say, to October 1 when the school submits its enrollment data to the State Department?
I think it's when kids are enrolled, at least this is my understanding, in the charter schools, it's up to the parents to notify the charter school that the child has an IEP. And then get that information and communicate that to the school district. Sometimes the parents do notify the LEAs. So there, at times, there's a gap in terms of even knowing that a student with an IEP is even at a charter school. The district isn't necessarily notified right away. And I'm sure there's a variety of reasons for that. But this would, putting the deadline up would give ample time to, ensure that everything in that MOU is signed, sealed, and delivered. And that includes everything from who's going to deliver the services to how much it's going to cost, when it's going to happen, what the credentials are of the individuals. Sometimes in the summer, you don't even know some of that information yet. So it would give folks the time to get those details right.
Representative Luna?
Thanks very much, and thanks, Jane, for for sticking with us all day on this. When it comes to the MOUs and the delivery of services, and yeah, I understand that students with IEPs, every IEP is is a little different. But as far as the MOUs are concerned and delivery of services, do those change dramatically from year to year between a school district and a charter, or delivery of most of the services already defined in that MOU?
Yeah, I don't think there's a huge amount of change because it's not student specific in the MOU.
Right.
It talks about who's going to deliver the services, when it's going to happen, how much it's going to cost, because there's a variety of ways in which it can happen. The school district can send someone there. They can contract with someone that's independent to go there. The charter schools are sometimes providing that services and charging the schools. So it's it's dependent upon the school but it's the agreement between the LEA and the charter school. It's not about each specific kid. It's the IEP that really dictates the child-specific information.
Thank you.
We're going to have a number of questions. Do you mind taking them?
Sure, go right ahead.
Representative Lekis?
Given that that's the case, do you think the MOU could be done by October 1st rather than November 1st?
I think it's possible. We still are having difficulty getting some of the MOU signed. It's it's up to the LEA to get these signed, and people are doing their due diligence and documenting attempts. And it's only a small portion, but I think giving folks more time is just going to make it more efficient for both the charter school and for the LEA.
Follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm just concerned about the students and whether or not they'll actually be getting the services while they're waiting for that. And that's why I hesitate. That's why I'm asking what the earliest we could put it as to make sure there aren't students being left behind.
Well, as I mentioned, the IEP, the LEAs are obligated. It's their responsibility, regardless of whether or not the MOU is signed. I mean, they've got to provide those services. So this is just dictating like who's doing it and how much it's going to cost, those kinds of things. So the LEA is really held responsible by state and federal law to be providing those services, whether or not the MOU is signed or not.
I'm going to read one thing here before we move on. The methodology under the fiscal report has a sentence, the last sentence, and it's a little bit of concern to myself. I'll read it. With the current difficulties all districts are having with finding staff and service providers, this would make finding staff and service providers for charter schools extremely difficult, near impossible after the school year starts. Ultimately, any impact this bill may have on local school district expenditures in FY25 and beyond is indeterminable. I'm not worried about that last sentence so much as why is it so difficult for the sending schools to the charters to have this all figured out prior to the start of the school year?
Like, as I mentioned, sometimes the districts don't even know that the kids are in the charter schools unless the parent notifies that they've made this decision and they're going to place the kid there. So A lot of times you're still hiring folks in the summer, and to determine, who's going to charter schools to do the services, and or is this charter school going to do it if they're closed during the summer? There's all kinds of implications that could delay and make some difficulties.
Representative Cordelli and then Representative Cascade.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that maybe the methodology that Chairman Ladd pointed out is the reason Melissa White from the department said that it's possible that no services could be provided until November 1, which would be the deadline for the MOU. Well, that's just my speculation, but that was her testimony, that it's possible that no services could be provided until November 1st. And I'm not sure if it's because of the MOU or the difficulty in finding staff after the beginning of the year.
As I mentioned, the LEAs are obligated, and there are circumstances when you can't find staff, but that's true in our public schools, also in our private special education schools. In the world of special education, it's a critical shortage area. We were just talking about that a little while ago. It's very, very difficult to be filling positions. So there may be a lapse in programming for kids, but it's not specific to charter schools.
Yes, Representative Cascade.
Thank you. Just, when I looked at the November deadline, I was thinking of the practicality of all of this. To me, this makes sense for the simple reason that, October 1st is that statewide data collection for enrollment, right? Yeah. And so then that gives, if there are students in a charter school that nobody knows about until that enrollment is reported, it gives them a few weeks to scramble for a staff, develop the IEP, look to see or not develop the IEP, whatever they decide as a team, because a team decision. And I wasn't so worried about kids not getting services in the beginning of the year because an IEP from the previous year would not have lapsed.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking of implementation of that date. Yeah, we like everything neat and in place by opening day. But where you have to look at your current schedule of students who are receiving services, you have to now develop a system to see what else needs to be provided over and above that. I think that's a time.
So Representative Cascade, would it be better to have the annual MOU from November 1 through October 31st?
In thinking of the practicality, I think it would work better. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I read this. I mean, it might not be the end-all, cure-all, but...
So how do we take care of the kids which are coming in that may have an IEP, an active IEP from some other district other than that sending district? And the services isn't going to be provided, and quite possibly in violation of federal law.
I don't see it that way. I think if there was a student that came into a charter school with a significant need for services, their first call is the district school. I mean, maybe it's not. I don't know. And then, that kicks things in action.
And again, the MOU isn't student specific. So when a child moves in, yes, you convene that team. You've got X amount of time to do that. And your MOU will say, we've got a teacher that's going to the charter school and this is when we're going to provide that service, or, the charter school is going to do it and charge us.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. But it's possible that that student is coming from a different school district for which the charter has no MOU. So that would require them to put everything in place after the start of the school year, very possibly.
The MOU has to be between the resident district and the charter.
Right.
Not the resident district of the kid, the district which the charter is part of?
It's where the child lives.
Yes. So you could have several districts. That's right.
Yes.
Glenn is right.
Yeah, the charter schools are going to have MOUs from many districts.
Okay. Representative Lekes?
So explain to me what would happen if a kid comes from a district with an IEP in place, from a district that has no MOU with the charter school and comes into that charter school, say shortly before the start of school, the sending district, yes, is required to provide for that IEP, but when it gets down to the how this is done, if there's no agreement to who provides it or where or any of that, how is that IEP? I mean, what exactly is going to happen? How is that IEP going to be provided for if there's no agreement as to who's providing it? What is the actual, what happens when that kid shows up?
So I'm not sure if I understand the question, but I'll try. So you're saying that a school district, let's just say Manchester, doesn't have an MOU with the Sunshine Charter School, and a kid moves into Manchester with an
Kid moves from Manchester Public School to that charter school with an IEP. What happens?
So
There's no agreement as to who's going to provide the services. Sorry, there's no agreement as to who's going to provide the services yet. How do the services actually get provided to begin with? That's my question.
Well, the LEA is obligated to get that MOU, and if the charter school is refusing or they can't come to agreement, what I'm seeing is legal is getting involved. The Department of Ed has been clear that they don't get involved. They're not mediators. They don't, when there's disagreement, they don't get involved at all. It's up to the charter school and the LEA to work it out however they want to do that. But that doesn't stop the child from getting their services because the LEA is obligated by law to do that, whether or not the MOU is signed or not.
So that's my question is how
The IEP
do they
would,
get the services if nobody has agreed to who's providing them?
the LEA makes that decision. I mean, they'll say, we're going to send our speech therapists until you agree, or, they've got to do it whatever way they can.
Okay, thank you.
The LEA doesn't speak to Susan Jones, the student. It speaks to the services the LEA is providing to the charter, whether you're going to do it through a contracted service or through a delivery service directly from your bank of teachers at the LEA, or whether we're going to transfer the kids from charter school back to the LEA for delivery of service there. There's a lot of different methodologies within statute allow us to do this. I thought the MOU was more broad in dealing, here's how we're going to provide the speech therapy services to this school. And we'll send the speech therapists over there on Mondays and Thursdays or whatever.
It is pretty broad. I mean, it doesn't say the name of the service provider, but it says that Manchester is going to provide all of the special education, within that charter school. Or they're going to say, we're going to contract with this organization to go into the charter school. Or the MOU might say the charter school is going to provide the services. Here's their credentials. Here's how much we're going to charge. And here's how we're going to work with you to monitor that progress. So you're right. There's all different ways in which an MOU could be written.
Representative Myler?
So we have the date here of November 1st. There's nothing that would prohibit a school district from developing that prior to November 1st.
Exactly.
So this is just this is an outside date that you have to get it done by. Secondly, I think if my child has an IEP and I'm going to go to a charter school, I already have the IEP. Does that help to facilitate that process of the transition from my child going to a charter school and yet receiving the same kinds of services that I would have in the resident school district?
So could you repeat the
Yeah,
question?
so I've got an IEP
Yep.
from Hopkinton, and I want to go to Mary Smith's charter school down here. I've got the IEP, the services have been provided by the resident school district. I'm now gonna be going here. Wouldn't I be receiving similar services with that IEP transfer to that charter school?
Yeah, the IEP won't change. The team will convene and just review and make sure you've got the credentialed people and that everything's in place.
And if I may, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
go ahead.
And the team you're referring to would be those who are from the resident school district and now some new personalities that would be in the charter school that would be responsible for making sure that the resident school district is meeting their obligations through the IEP. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a combination of both staff.
Thank you.
Further questions of Jane? Becky, you've been a special ed all your life. Do you have anything to add on that? Well, we know you've been a director of it.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Becky Wilson from New Hampshire School Boards Association. I'm happy to try to clarify any other questions that maybe Jane hasn't addressed, other than our understanding from the school district perspective and the school board perspective. The MOU is really an administrative MOU. It's talking about billing, who's in charge of billing, how you're billing certain services, who's responsible for setting them up, supervision, etc. It's not a student-specific issue. We were providing services to students at charter schools long before an MOU ever existed, so.
Yes, Representative Terry.
Two questions occur to me, and I don't know. The best person available, please answer one or both. Wondering where the date November 1st came from as the date originally proposed. Why November 1st instead of some other date? I'm assuming that it wasn't arbitrary, but that there was some rationale for that, and I guess I'm really seeking the rationale for November the 1st. And the other question is, I need clarification on the memorandum of understanding. Is the memorandum of understanding student-specific, so that if you had two different students coming from two different school districts, you would have two different memorandums of understanding? Or if you had two students coming from the same school to the same charter school, would you only need one memorandum of understanding? Or because the needs were different for the two students, you need two memorandums of understanding, which prompts me then to ask, if it's defined by the student and the student's needs, then why not language such that no later than 4 weeks after enrollment, rather than this seemingly arbitrary date of November the 1st? And if you can remember all of that, I would appreciate it, because I'm not sure I can.
I'll do my best to
But
start,
it's
and then
important.
Jane can certainly fill in.
It is important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go backwards because I think that might be easier. When this bill was originally brought to the committee, the catalyst for the bill was that public charter schools take students from multiple districts. It doesn't matter where they live. If the kid shows up there and the parent enrolls them at a charter school, a district cannot place a kid at a charter school. The parent is enrolling them. That it's potentially possible that a charter school could have realistically 10 or 20 districts, and that the districts that are the districts of residence are to provide the services are responsible for the service provision for those students. And if you're working with 10 or 20 districts, they could all have different ways in which they wanted to do that. It was causing a lot of confusion in terms of billing and things like that, administrative tasks. So the MOU was meant to try to create a template that could be consistent, that districts and charter schools could use together to try to create some expectation of consistency for those kinds of things, like rates for different providers of services, who was qualified to provide them in different situations, etc. This contract that you're talking about for student-specific needs, that's the IEP. That is the student-specific piece. The MOU is really a broad, to Jane's point earlier, attempt at clarifying responsibility and rates and tasks in terms of who is filing certain paperwork, etc., so that things are clear between the districts and the charter school. What was the first part of your question?
So-
November 1st.
So may I answer? So the first question was, can you give us any information or provide any insight as to where November 1st came from in the original proposal here?
I
mean,
will
what
try.
is why then, as opposed to some other time, such as 4 weeks, within 4 weeks after enrollment or such thing?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think originally, and Jane can help me if I'm not remembering correctly, when this bill first came, there was no date. I think it just said within 30 days of enrollment. And the problem that I think people were concerned about with that is that because a parent is enrolling the child, you might not know within 30 days, or it could be summer and school may not be in session. So there could be some challenge in terms of clarifying some of those things because people just might not be aware. It's also not uncommon in any district or public charter school that the first 30 days of school, the first 45 days of school, everybody is sort of getting up and running. So even in your local public schools, there's some things that are still sort of being figured out in terms of day-to-day operations that would be similar at a charter school, for example. And so trying to have everything lined up before kids get off the bus on the very first day might not be realistic. So there was sort of this conversation about trying to find the sweet spot of what was the right date. And I think that November 1st seemed like you would have been in school about 60 days. Your other reporting requirements would have already been met. So all these things that districts are already doing about enrollment and who's going where and making sure you have all your ducks in a row would be clean. So your data collection would be clean when those MOUs would need to be signed.
Go ahead.
So to Representative Lakis's question, just to be clear, because the IEP is following the student, the LEA is, I guess, is obligated to provide the services. So the memorandum of understanding, whether it's October 1st or November 1st, is not any kind of impediment to the student receiving the services. It's rather a formalization of that which is going to take place with respect to the two districts that are involved. Correct?
Thank you for the question. In theory, yes. And the only reason that it might be confusing is, again, it's a parental placement. So districts are not always involved from the get-go. So the date aspect of it, as long as the parent alerts the charter school that the student is coming in and the student has previously been eligible and has a current IEP, that communication should be happening between the charter school and the district of residence, and they should be figuring that out regardless of the MOU.
Or at the latest, they're going to know the first day the child shows up at the school.
As long as someone discloses that to them, yes.
Thank you.
We have a question for you because we've just had a communication from Melissa White, who's ill and couldn't be here. And the question was that Representative Lekis had asked, and here's the response. And there is no sanction for the charter school not to sign the MOU, so some of them are not signing it. So is this issue we're looking at larger than a date? Is it the whole thing came about, as I recall, because services weren't being provided to the charter school, or the charter school couldn't agree with the LEA and how these services were to be delivered. Or where. Yeah. And so then we had this conflict, whether it's one side or the other. Doesn't sound like there's any way we have to say there needs to be an MOU in place. And it takes a long time for these MOUs. I remember we tried to get an MOU between Dartmouth College and the municipality of Hanover. That took us 3 years with the county attorney getting involved. So I'm a little bit concerned whether November 1 is really going to fix anything.
Well, our association has been meeting every month with the Charter School Bureau, with the Charter School Alliance, and the Bureau of Special Education. And I would say the vast majority of charter schools have worked hand in hand with the LEAs in getting those MOUs signed. I believe it's just a small amount of schools where we've got a little bit of a challenge in terms of not getting signatures. In terms of the date, November, to Becky's point, it gives everyone a chance to figure out schedules and do what's best for the child. I'm also seeing that some regions of the state are working together because we're having such a hard time finding people. And they're charting who needs what services at what schools so that they can work together and cost share and, do their absolute best to get these services to the kids in the charter schools. So I think everyone's trying really hard, and I think, the MOU has given some consistency and framework, and with anything, that's new, I think we're going to have a few speed bumps along the way, and we do have a few charter schools where they're seeking legal guidance, and there are some conflicts there, but overall, it seems to be running fairly smoothly.
Well, it's Representative Lekis, go ahead.
So overall, kids are getting the services they need one way or another. Is that what you're?
I would say yes. I mean, even in our public schools, we're short on staff, and there are times when kids aren't getting services, but we know we have to make them up.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I, for one, would be hesitant moving forward. I'm sorry, thank you. Would be hesitant moving forward today on this. It seems to me there's uncertainty, especially with the director of instruction saying that there are instances where that MOU is not getting signed, and that there might be a lack of services being provided to some students. And, she mentioned, there's no penalty for not signing the MOU. So I, for one, would say that we need to look into this a little bit more before moving forward on it today.
And I'm in line with that. I'm all for doing something, but, I have a daughter who's a special ed teacher and was a special teacher in Bath and having to deliver services outside. Trying to coordinate that schedule with the receiving school and the sending school was extremely difficult, and I don't know if they ever got an MOU in place. So I think we need to do something here, but I don't really, whether it should be, from a school, rather than using a school year, we use a period of time, which I mentioned to Representative Cascadden earlier, from maybe November 1 to October 31. That might be good, but also I'd like to have, if we can gather more information from Director White, the information that Representative Cordelli just spoke to is this working? If it's not working, can we do anything to try to get it to work? I know there's a teacher shortage. There's teacher issues in terms of even providing all the services within the LEA itself, more or less transporting and going somewhere else, either transporting to the LEA or from the LEA to the charter.
So Becky and I were just talking, it's important to remember that the services in the IEP really are very different than the MOU. So
Yes,
if a
yeah.
child isn't getting services that may or may not be connected to the MOU, and in most circumstances, it's probably not. It's probably a kid-specific issue, a staffing issue, probably not an MOU issue.
Well, it could be a contractual issue. It could be a transportation issue. It could be related to scheduling at the different facilities, the availability of a staff member to get there or not get there.
And I think that's gonna, even if you had an MOU, that's gonna happen sometimes.
Yeah.
If I'm missing something here, let me know. But it seems from what we've heard that the MOU defines the responsibilities in the relationship between the district of residence and the charter school that the student is attending, and those responsibilities would include where services are provided, how services are provided, how much services are going to be billed for, and obviously the ultimate responsibility, based on what I'm hearing, for the provision of these services rests with the district of residence, not with the charter. But we've talked about in this committee, as long as I've been on the committee, and I'm sure much longer for senior, members of the committee, have talked about providing services in a least restrictive environment. And I think the MOU probably seeks that out. And from year to year, unless, you know, Charter A is now taking a student from a district that's new to them. So, and I agree that would happen. That would happen for most of the IEPs that are in place. The MOU is continuing on for year after year, and having that MOU in place is really important. For a new district, they could rely on and, you know, look at an MOU from a district that's already working with that charter and say, hey, here's what the other schools we're doing on here. But from a practical standpoint, you know, saying that this is going to be negotiated and developed during the summertime when yeah, I mean, school districts, special education directors are year-round employees at a school district, so they're around. But there aren't a lot of employees around at a charter school. That having this done by November 1st, which gives the whole month of September, the whole month of November, the whole month of October to make changes to the MOU makes a lot of sense to me. And you know, ultimately, the student's IEP is going to define the resources that need to be in place. The MOU defines who's responsible, who's paying for it, and how much are they paying. You know, the important thing is to get it done, and you know, we heard the other day how important it is to get inside a school district. And I think if we were to be in a school district for the first 60 days, you'd realize how quickly November 1st comes around and how much work there is to do between September 1st or, you know, right after Labor Day or right before Labor Day when schools come in. And then you're at October 1st, you're reporting out enrollments, and wow, then you're at November 1st. And before you know it, you're into the holidays. So November 1st is a great deadline to have for contracts. So I you know, and this also isn't the last stop for this bill. I know we got a lot of bills to exec. It'll go to the Senate. It'll have additional hearings. Whether this needs to wiggle to October 1st, I think November 1st is probably the right date in terms of bringing it on. I think we could get this done today.
Representative Cordelli.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see something done with this. I think it's a good vehicle to resolve any other problems that there might be, you know, in terms of what Director White said. If there are problems in getting charter school to sign the MOU, if they are holding things up for some reason, you know, maybe and she said, you know, there's no penalty for them not signing the MOU, which does, you know, include contractual things, rates, and et cetera, which is pretty important. You know, I would like to see us, you know, take a little time on this. You know, I agree it could be amended in the Senate, but there's also no rush to doing it today. We have time. So I would very much like to hold on to this and see if we can chat further with the parties involved, including the director of charter schools, maybe the Charter School Alliance, and the director of instruction and special ed.
I'd also remind you too that, you know, and on behalf of the charter schools, many of them may be working with 20 or more districts. So giving them the time to schedule those meetings with the LEAs, I think they would benefit also from the time, you know, if you give them that November deadline on behalf of the kids and giving them ample time to work with the LEAs and coordinate is also something to think about.
Right. And I think in my mind, the most important thing and the most scary thing that I've heard is that it's possible that no services could be provided until then. And that's what I'd like to make sure that we have covered so that services are provided to the student as soon as possible.
Just keep in mind that the services are outlined in the IEP, and they're totally separate from the MOU. And so whether or not you have a signed MOU, the district is obligated to provide those services. And that's what's happening in those places where there's not a signed MOU. It's still going on. I mean, the services are being provided to kids, and the districts are just documenting their attempts to get those signatures on the MOU.
But that's not quite what Director White is saying to me online.
The other concern which we have, if there's no MOU, it's difficult for the local LEA to develop what expenditures they're going to have in their budget, upcoming budget. And reflecting exactly what has been said here, it is difficult for the school districts to budget those expenditures appropriately if there's no MOU. And if we're hearing that there's some not having MOUs, then I'd like to know why there's no MOUs. I'm not concerned, the date November 1, yes, but it's led to me worrying now that there's other issues that are associated with this MOU that may need a little bit of attention, and I'd like to get more information from Director White, Melissa, so that we could make a better decision come maybe next week when we're meeting. This is not going to have to be taken up today, but it's, unfortunately, we've had 107 bills and we haven't had the time to put into this.
And keep in mind, I don't think that, the date has nothing to do with the unsigned MOUs.
I get that.
And I do believe it's a very small number of MOUs that aren't signed in terms of our conversations with the department. And I think you're right, those small pockets have to be ironed out. I don't necessarily see that connected to the date.
But I see this possibly as being a vehicle to try and maybe help out with some of those other questions which we have without making any modifications, but to add something on there saying, hey, there's got to be a little bit of accountability here. There's got to be an MOU signed. If there's a student over here or you're providing services over there, well, get it in place. Kind of makes the legislature look like, why did we pass this stuff to begin with? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really am reluctant to, it sounds like things are getting into place. I am concerned that you are thinking in terms of a penalty. And I would hate to see any kind of a penalty imposed on one of our charter schools.
I'm not looking at a penalty.
Thank you.
No, I'm just trying to get some more information. Any other questions for Jane or Becky? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assuming when we meet again, White will be here, Ms. White will be here.
Yeah, if she's not sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's out because of that today, and she's been communicating with us. Yeah. So we won't take action on this today. We don't have anything on the floor. We do have an amendment, yes. Or do we have an amendment on that one? No, there's no amendment. Excuse me, I'm thinking of the other one. I'm thinking of Representative Damon's bill. So what it is, we've completed a number of bills today, and everybody should have a copy of the agenda, which is a draft agenda, which shows you what we're going to be doing here. Well, our clerk has to be out of here in 9 minutes.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Don't do it. I can, 4:30 is my drop dead deadline, so.
And if you do that, it may be that it'll be easy.
I'd like to hold it. We're going to hold 1014. We're not going to do it right now.
Look at it.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to distribute the amendment.
If you want to discuss it, yes, but we're not going to take any action on it right now. Let's do that. Let's discuss it, but no motions on the table. I won't accept them. So Representative Damon, would you please explain what you have there on 1014? relative registration of high school students to vote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So 1014 on high school students to vote. So the amendment that will come around is amendment number 1002. This is not the same amendment that you have previously seen. However, it is very similar. The only difference between this and amendment number 538 is that the new amendment removes private schools. So both amendments take out line 8 in the original bill. That line read or reads, providing access to and assistance with filing registration applications. So both versions of the amendment remove any request in policy to provide access or assistance with the actual filling out of applications. So essentially, the bill with either amendment is simply to ask school districts to. Are there
You
more
didn't
down
need over
there?
that way.
How are you sure, Pat?
There's one more right here.
We'll do it again, but just tell them.
Everybody good?
I
I didn't keep one.
Here, take mine.
It's fine.
No, you're good, please.
Okay, so amendment number 1002 is the one I'm requesting we consider. Each school district shall adopt policies to promote voter registration. It's just about saying have a policy. Policies may, not shall, may include collaboration with the town or city clerk and the supervisors of the checklist to conduct voter registration at high schools. Completion of voter registration shall not be a course requirement or graded assignment for students. Policies shall include informing students of state requirements for voter registration. So no private school, no actual filling out of applications, not unless the school chooses to collaborate in that way, but it's not required in the policy. It's just about making sure that every single public high school student is aware of how they become a voter. That's all.
So this bill, this amendment is saying to conduct registration of voters at school.
No, sir, that is not correct.
Well,
It
that's
is
what I'm
saying-
reading on lines 4 and 5, to conduct voter registration in high schools.
It says may include collaboration with the town or city clerk.
Doesn't mean they have to.
They don't have to do that. They may do that. All they have to do is have a policy that promotes student voter registration. It could be as simple as the policy saying, in civics class, we will tell our students what documents they need to register to vote and who they need to contact to do that.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess this is a question to help clarify because I notice it specifically prohibits graded assignments. But is there such a thing as a non-graded assignment or just an assignment that is attached to a competency and not graded or something to that effect?
I would defer to the folks who are educators to help me with the answer to that. Can Representative Tanner answer that?
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I think that it says that it shall not be a course requirement. That means that, or a graded assignment, that you could have work books or work sheets that people fill out, but it wouldn't be something that was required or graded
Or passed in.
or passed in.
Just to further clarify that, though, it does leave open the possibility that a teacher could assign it, say, write this up on the board, say that we're asking you to do this, but it's not graded or anything else.
Can I respond?
Yes.
I would say that if I would never, as a teacher, I would never say that way. It would be like a worksheet that's passed out and say, this is not required or graded, look it over. You don't have to turn it in. I mean, that's how you kind of do, if you were going to do something that you're afraid that they're going to do, that's about the level that they would do.
Yes, Representative Myler?
Yeah, to me, we've talked a lot in this committee about civics education, right? Isn't this the end of civics education? Like how to vote and get involved? I mean, this is so simple to me. As part of whatever curriculum I'm going to be teaching, is I'm going to be able to tell students, here's how you go out and vote. It's not telling who you should vote for or how, what candidate you ought to vote. It's just go out and register and vote. To me, I don't know why we have a problem with this if in fact we believe in what we've already done in the whole area of civics education.
Yes, Representative Paterno?
Thank you. I'm just wondering how necessary this is. 189.11, Roman numeral 1F says and this is under the civics requirement. Roman numeral, or letter F says the role, wait a minute, sorry, let me read the introduction. A school district shall develop and offer the U.S. and New Hampshire history, government, and constitutions course and civics course. Under paragraph 1A, at minimum, the courses shall include instruction in the following areas. And F is the role, opportunities, and responsibilities of a citizen to engage in civic activity. To me, that would include voting.
Further discussion, Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a problem. And that problem is we have over 16,000 18-year-olds in New Hampshire, 16,000. 15.6% of them registered to vote in 22-23 at the close. 15.6%. Nationally, that's 30.6%, double. Of the 18-year-olds who are registered to vote, 83% of them do vote. So we need more kids to register to vote so they can engage be involved in civic engagement, which I believe we all support. So I think this bill supports getting more kids to register to vote, informing them and having them do it.
Further discussion on this amendment, Representative Damon?
So I think you all have heard me mention previously that I'm mentoring a Sunapee High School senior on her senior project, which is on local voter engagement. And she's a bright, fun, interesting young woman. She texted me this morning, has the bill come up yet? I said, no, but I think today. She just went to her town, so she goes to school in Sunapee, but she lives in Leominster, to Leominster's school meeting last week for the first time that she had attended the annual event. And her takeaway was there are so few people participating, and so few of the people who are participating understand what their level of responsibility is and how to do this. She's totally motivated to work on this, and this bill is so a model of what we want. We want, I think all of us, when I say we, to have young people appreciate the opportunity to participate in democracy. That's all this is. This is just a very simple invitation to the students to make it clear to them, how do you become one of us, people who vote?
Representative.
But the way I read this, in actuality, it's not just providing information, it's also perhaps providing the opportunity with respect to the may collaborate with the town or city officials in actually conducting the registration and doing it on site. Traditionally, I have understood voter registration, schools to provide education to students, information, but not necessarily to actually lead them to the point where they're actually, in this instance, registering to vote. This was something in my life experience where my parents actually saw as their role as parents to impress upon me the need to register as a voter. What we're doing yet again is we are replacing parents with the school in saying that the primary responsibility de facto may be shifting to the school to register students to vote at the age of 18, rather than to have it be a personal responsibility or one that is fostered by the parents in the parental role. So I'm concerned about that. If you strike that one sentence, I could live with this. But putting the school in the role of actually taking the place of the parents is troubling to me. Thank you.
Representative Damon?
I think those of us who had the great good fortune to have parents or grandparents or other people who guided us to, as Representative Terry just spoke, to become voters are immensely fortunate. And that is not everyone.
Representative Hall?
Thank you. Alex, I'm not one of those. I grew up in a household with two parents, lived in New Hampshire for 60 years, never became citizens. So if you say, and they never could vote. So if you think they encouraged me to register to vote, not true. Thank you.
Representative Belcher and then Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard a statement made that we have a problem in this state and in this country regarding some of the voter statistics. But I would like to hear any reasonable rationale for why it is within the purview of this committee to tell any person, any citizen who decides of their own free will that they don't want to vote, that they are a problem.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Lett. I don't think this bill forces youngsters to register to vote. It gives them the opportunity, and I'm not sure Representative Terry is aware of this since he just joined a couple weeks ago, but students in high schools all through New Hampshire have been doing this, the schools have been doing this for a long time in multiple schools, where at the end of the year, there's this registrar from the town, or a clerk will come in and have a booth there and some signs up, and if students want to vote, to give them the opportunity to make it more convenient. Like, we often bring food to the schools to make it more convenient for them, or textbooks sometimes to make it more convenient for them if they don't have them at home. This is just another supplement as an option for youngsters to do that. Thank you.
Many, many, many years ago, we had a bill which dealt with tuition rates for kids to go to UNH, Keene, or Plymouth. And we allow, and it dealt with the kids which had grown up in New Hampshire, gone through elementary, middle school, high schools in New Hampshire, but their parents had come over after World War II and were not citizens. The kids did not learn that they were not citizens because they came with their parents until age 18. And therefore, they did not get in-state tuition at UNH. And UNH has a policy that you have to be a citizen of this state. So what about all those students which are coming in? Because we can't say to a student wanting to walk in the doors at those schools in Manchester, you can't enroll unless you're a citizen of the United States. Your enrollment would probably decrease a significant amount of students. So what about those students which are in this class who want to register to vote, but I can't register to vote because I'm not a citizen? Is that discriminatory?
I would suggest it's a wonderful time for them to find out and the opportunity how to move on. That's why it's civics.
And then they go back to their parents. And we had one student come in who was valedictorian of the class who was not a citizen that couldn't get in-state tuition UNH. You know who it was? I thought I heard somebody say that. Representative Damon.
Mr. Chair, with respect, we would just be providing the facts to both the students who are eligible to register to vote and to those students who are not eligible because they're not American citizens. And as Representative Woodcock noted, those latter students could then decide they want to become citizens or not. That is obviously their choice. We're simply providing the facts. We're not doing anything discriminatory in informing about that.
I agree with what I heard on the other side of the room here to my left, where I think it should be a part of what we're doing in our civics education. We should be teaching kids that we want them to live in a democracy, and we're as strong as a democracy as our participation in it. And so that should be a part of, and being a voter is very important. But to take it to the next step and do the registration at the school rather than doing it through the process which has been established, I agree. I think we're taking something out of the hands which really belong in the other party, the parent. And I think the school has an obligation to teach this in our civics classes. And that's where I'd far prefer to see this type of language put underneath the studies of civic education. Representative Hall and then Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Can I just clarification? Did you actually just say that you disagree with any of this voter registration going on in schools right now with all the towns that do it? That you disagree with that that should not happen?
I believe registration should not occur in schools. I believe registration should occur at the registration booth, in the clerk's office, or with the supervisor checklist. We need to be teaching the importance of being a registered voter at school. But the practice of registering them, I would prefer to see outside the school.
That's shocking to me.
Now, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. I'm thinking as you're talking about the youngster who was valedictorian and was not a citizen, and yet we've put in place for every single youngster that they have to take the immigration and naturalization test, no matter where you come from. If you come from America, take a naturalization test, take an immigration test, because we said you need to do it. And we're doing it here. We're just talking about voting. Simple. Simple. In this case, and that youngster would be perfect. Get his test all sure and get his voting registration at the same time.
Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. I'm not going to raise my voice and be impassioned at this point, but I am somewhat concerned that I'm envisioning myself at the school at the age of 18 on the day that the voter registration might take place under the provisions of this bill. My social studies teacher is an avowed Democrat and has let all of us know in the class during the year that he's a Democrat. And this, in fact, was the case when I was in school back in the day. I'm a Democrat. We have peer pressure with kids. We want to do what your friends are doing. And they're all going to register as Democrats, and so I registered as a Democrat. Now, I'm sure that'll bring joy. I see the smiles on the faces of my colleagues across the aisle. They're really thrilled. But I'll tell you this: I come home.
Hey! Let's have some order here.
Excuse
Now
me.
he has.
I have the floor.
Representative Ludo.
Excuse me. I have the floor. So I come home from school that day, and I announced to my parents that I became a Democrat at voter registration at school, which they didn't even know about was taking place that day. Because all of my friends registered as Democrats, and I wanted to be cool and therefore be one of them. And by the way, my teacher is a Democrat, and I'm sure that'll help my grade as well. This is the reasoning of an 18-year-old, and it's not an unreasonable reasoning of an 18-year-old. And anyone who would suggest that it's not a possible reasoning of an 18-year-old has no idea how an 18-year-old reasons and has no idea what goes on in the minds and in the hearts and the lives of children of that age. And you can shake your head all you want, but that's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We began today by talking about how we are set a historic record for the number of bills that have come through our committee. And one of the things that I frequently tell people is we have too many laws. There is lots of duplication in the education statutes already. This bill is covered in 189.11 Roman numeral 1F. It is covered in 189.22. It is covered in 189.23. We do not need a fourth piece of legislation that tells teachers teachers, puts the burden on the teachers that they need to do yet another thing when we've already covered it 3 places in the statute.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this bill does not demand registration. It merely states how you do it. Number one. Secondly, in regarding to the charge that teachers will influence how individuals are going to vote, totally disagree with that. Several years ago, many years ago, I was involved in the development of the 26th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. You all know what that is, right? 18-year-old vote. At the time that we were working on that and lobbying for it, the charge was made that, oh, well, you're going to have this influence, etc. You know what happened? When the registrations came in and the reports after that came in, they basically registered the same way their parents did. Interesting, isn't it? Wasn't what a teacher said, but it was the impact of the family. That's how they voted. So those who were concerned about a flood for one party or another party totally was dismissed by that because they voted how their parents did. And my sense is that's the same thing that's going to happen here. It's not going to be based upon peer. I mean, I am stunned by this conversation. And we have spent so much time talking about civics education. As Representative Woodcock said, we demanded that they have to take the naturalization test, put another burden on students to do that. All we're saying here is, here's how you do it, guys. Go do it. We're not bringing it into the schools. Some may decide to do that, but that's a local decision by a school board. This law does not, this proposal does not demand that at all. It just says, here's how you do it, folks. I'm stunned. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just don't know. I would suggest we move to vote this thing, get this off the record. We know where we are, and let's do it. Or as soon as Representative Sullivan. Hold it. I'm through with this conversation. We don't need it anymore as far as I'm concerned.
Is there any more discussion on this bill right now? Yes, Representative Dry?
Oh, sorry, Margaret.
Thank you. And I want to address what you just said. Thank you very much. An instruction on how to do it. Representative Peternell gave a couple of statute allusions in her talk just a second ago, but she didn't read what it says. This is about distribution. The State Board of Education is hereby directed to distribute copies of the state constitution and election laws to all teachers of history and civics in the upper grades of elementary schools and to teachers of U.S. history in junior and senior high schools to be used by them in instructing their pupils relative to the laws governing election and voting. It's already there. And it's a command. Distribute this. Teach it. Done.
Yeah, I agree with you. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Previously, I spoke a bit to the amendment. I didn't want to go too much into the underlying bill, but there was a question. Why should students not be registered at school? And I'd like to take that question. So there's 2 different types of discrimination. The first type of discrimination is very obvious. It is discriminating against people. The second type of discrimination is not nearly as obvious, but it is just as pernicious, and that is discriminating for people. And unless we're going to bring this to all populations, not just schools, but the 70-year-old couple up in the rural part of my district who has to drive 20 miles to register, it is unfair to discriminate for one population against any others.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes, thank you. Just a point of information. Representative Heath went because you said it was 4 o'clock time limit and that you were not going to vote.
That's right. And that's, I already mentioned that. So, yeah, we're after 4 o'clock. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just following up on Representative Dry's reading of that statute, I think that it come up at our initial meeting about this. And I think the statute dates back to the 1930s, 1936 maybe, if I'm correct. It's that age thing. So I checked with the chair of the state board and the commissioner of education, and that had been lost somewhere during the years. They were unaware of it. They said they will start doing it right away.
Any further discussion? Because we're not taking any more action. So with that, we're going to close down today's activities here and see everybody tomorrow.